Yeah, and they would probably have like um, online presence and things like that, and they would probably be on they would probably be on ZBrush Live instead of me, and I'd be like, oh, I wish I was Michelangelo. He's the bomb. Wow, Donatello. Wow. I don't know. It's one of those things though that I think that a lot of people think about these old masters and be like, you know, they were they would be traditionalists because they're the best of the best, and it's like, yeah, we look at them as the best of the best, and I'm sure they were the best of the best at the time, but um, they were revolutionary. I mean, they were always advancing. They were always doing. I mean, you think about Da Vinci and the things that he did to be able to study the human body. He wasn't just going through and looking at live models. He was digging up dead people and looking at the cadavers. Looking at the way that the bones fit together, looking at the way that the muscles were strung. And so it's like, um, it's a big, big deal to me in my mind thinking about it's way too long by the way, but um it's a big, big deal in my mind thinking about these people who are the old masters would definitely um push themselves to I'm sure that I'm sure that in fact, I don't even know how old oil paints are. I wouldn't be surprised if they made their own paints, because that was a pretty common thing. Um, but I'm sure that they kind of revolutionized the way that oil paints were made, or the way that because that's just how they were. They figured out they had a need for something, and they made sure that something, that something happened. And so I think that even if they were a modern master, we have modern masters. We have people like Raphael Grassetti or like Luo Lirong, or I'm just trying to think of other artists that I like super super look up to. Um, let's do something like that. But yeah, I think that they would definitely be kind of on top of their game. Hello, Cosmin. Welcome to the stream. So we're having fun. For those of you who may have just joined, we are working through a new original concept. This is actually something that I sketched out while I was in beta for ZBrush 2021. um, but I didn't get around to actually sculpting it. So we're doing it now. um, let's see. I think I want to actually take. I want my lasso. Um, but yeah, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go through and kind of start to create a sense of the main forms. And I always try to start with the main forms before I get into details. You can see I don't even have my eyes blocked in yet. I just kind of have like eyebrows blocked in a little bit. I think that's definitely too strong of a nose bridge. Yeah, it seems like the Lebanese might have a little bit more of like a. I was trying to pay attention to my images that I have pulled up on my other side. These are a little bit wide. As we go along, we'll add more and more kind of ideas to how these forms ought to be. There will be a lot of refining. There'll be a lot of refining. Um, right now, I think we're getting like too strong of a brow. So we're going to kind of tone that back just a bit. Okay, this back jaw area feels like it's too wide, so we're just gonna. There's a lot of playing involved in kind of getting these shapes to be about right. And it's like I find, in fact, it's really I'm having difficulties remembering his name, but there's an artist that I love following on Instagram that um he does these absolutely tremendous character designs and has really good sensibilities for character type and shape language and things like that. But and he does things mostly just through pencil. If it's not in pencil, he does it in Procreate. But he's one of the things that I really like about his stuff. I think his name is Yosef Zarmeni or something like that. I can't remember for sure. I'd have to look it up. Let's look it up actually because he's really cool. Instagram. Way to go, Brian. Brian does awesome stuff too. Joseph. There he is. Joseph Jamani. Super good. But I love watching the way that he goes through while he's sketching. You'll see he'll block things in, and it's really rough. And it's it's all based off of these really strong shapes. But then occasionally he'll go through and he'll see something that he doesn't like, and he'll completely erase it out. And that's something that I think a lot of people need to kind of remember is that you don't have to be absolutely 100 committed to one line that you make from the get-go. In fact, I don't know if it's going to show like a really big erase because I know that he goes through and does like some really crazy erasing when he doesn't like something. But anyway, great stuff. Really like this guy's stuff. Here, I'll share his link over here with you guys because this is really super cool. Go check him out. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Let's go ahead. We're going to make these shoulders a lot smaller. It's funny because so one of my buddies on Instagram, David, your username totally makes me think of this, and I actually wonder if you're him. Um, his I think his username on Instagram is David's Doodles or something like that. Anyway, he does some really amazing, really fun character designs, and he has a very I'll say unique and personal style. Very cool. Anyway, so he's great, and he's been posting a lot about the the boogie shoes, from KC and Sunshine. He's been posting like the 2004 remix or whatever, and yeah, it's funny. It's just funny. Okay, you'll notice I'm like going back and forth a lot between head and body, just trying to figure out kind of like what it is that I'm wanting to get out of the shape. So let's block in the legs because I think that blocking in at least the thighs will be really helpful. Yeah. Yeah, there's like some sort of remix. It's not like it's not super far removed from the original. I think it's probably just cleaned up a little bit, and it's a little bit cleaner, remastered sort of thing. Um, I don't know. I'd have to go through and kind of re-listen to the original to be able to tell you for sure. But it's a good one. It's a good one. It's got a good sound. Okay, so we're gonna take that and just kind of rotate it down some. And then I just want to go ahead and kind of extrude out for the lower leg. Here, it's kind of pull it out once, then pull it out again. And then we'll shrink it in so we have some thighs. Now, what's nice about this is that I can reuse this shape. We made this shape once, and so we can just kind of control, click, and drag, and that'll kind of build our upper arm. Um, obviously, it's a lot thicker than we want our upper arms to be. I mean, I don't want her to be like super swole, but I do want her to be trim and fit and whatnot. Um, so we're just going to kind of narrow it down some, maybe shrink it. Oh, two comments came in like right at the same time. So I was reading, what kind of pen display with those arms? And it was just kind of like, what? Something like that. It was kind of funny. What kind of pen display is good for ZBrush? So what I use, let me see if I can see what it is I'm doing. So I use a Wacom tablet with a stylus. And it works just like a mouse. I'm sure you've seen these before. If you're familiar with digital art at all, or if you watch a lot of streams. Um, at some point, I would love to get like an actual display, like a Cintiq, or something like that. Um, but yeah, there we go. Keep different polygroups. Let's go ahead and smooth it out once. Delete the lower, and then we'll go ahead and Dynamesh. Oh, we want to have the groups though. Let's see. Just to make sure that there's enough space between these breasts. I don't want them to merge together, because that'd be a pain. It'd be a uniboob. I wanna put on my boogie shoes. Let's actually put it up to like 64, just so we don't have to deal with the converging of the two sides. Some of these pieces I will put together, so let's put these together. Let's put those together too. Let's change. So all I have to do to make sure that pieces go together is make sure that they're the same polygroup, and so long as they're intersecting, they will be joined together in one single piece. She looks like a spaceship with those arms. Thank you. She is the latest Marvel superhero, and I've worked for Marvel, so we can do this. Okay, do I still have my lazy track? Yeah, lazy's on. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna let's actually turn on AccuCurve because this will help me to get more of the shape in there that I'm wanting. I want to make sure that the anatomy is kind of doing what I want it to do. And it's kind of departing from that center line too much. So one of the things I can do is if I pull out my lazy mouse and then I hold shift, it'll pull out like this drag line. If I let go of shift, it'll do my stroke. Okay. So that's a really helpful, that's a good trick. I'll give you that one for free. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here and just kind of fill in some of these back bumps here, and then we'll start using some of these brushes to start to kind of really refine the torso shape. Oh, I want those. Oh no, you weren't supposed to merge together. Let's do something like this. Yeah, let's do this actually. Let's go ahead. We'll say subtool split hidden. We'll just keep these separate for now. But what I want to do, geometry, delete hidden. Okay, good. Okay, so now we should be good. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now what I want to do, let's go ahead and pull this in. Actually, let's go ahead and split the arms off too. Just so that it's a little bit easier to work with. So right here, we'll go through and we'll start kind of working on blocking in stomach muscles and stomach forms. A lot of this is going to be really fairly simple to add. So we're just going to kind of pull some of this. A lot of it's just going to be like little subtle surface variation. And so that's just kind of what I'm trying to move at, is just getting, building up these forms little by little. It's not a race to kind of get your forms in there. It's really something that you want to take your time on and make it right instead of just making it. It's something that a lot of my students will do is kind of, or in the past, but a lot of my students will do. My current students are pretty good. But I've had students in the past that'll just kind of rush through and get the forms too quickly without um, without really thinking about what it is that they're trying to accomplish. Cool. Just installed ZBrush and barely getting into VFX. That's awesome. Any good advice? Yeah. Don't push for final too quickly. Get good. Let's kind of make this a little bit more subtle. one of the things that I try to do a lot is I keep anatomy reference next to me on my desk. Um, you see, I've got an anatomy model right here, and I try to refer to this pretty regularly. Sometimes I'll even set her up like right in front of my desk. I'll rotate her around so that I can look at her and see kind of what it is that I'm shooting for, the way that the muscles kind of form in different areas. And it's really good to kind of check yourself against anatomy when you're sculpting a character, because sorry, I got like an itch in my nose and I can't get rid of it. This isn't Dark Souls. Go easy on the kid. Yeah. Um, that head's like too big. That's one of those things that you'll notice like as you get closer, as you get further along on your characters. Um, what was I doing? 2020 is the final boss. Love from India. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's good to have you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Just meet. That's a cool name. That is such a cool name. So, the idea of what I'm working on today, um, it's kind of a Captain Marvel sort of idea, but for like Beirut, like like this is going to be like Captain Lebanon. Um, so I've gone through. Actually, I need to save, make sure I don't lose it. We've named her Johara because that in Lebanese that means jewel. So she's going to have some kind of cool powers associated with that sort of theme. Okay, I think I want to actually merge the breast into the torso now. Control W. Oh, come on. Turned off the Dynamesh. And 28. Turn off groups. Yeah, it should be good. Okay. I might actually have to change proportions a little bit. Those breasts are really high. And they're a little bit big too. So let's do this. Let's go ahead. We're going to turn on local symmetry. It's going to shrink them down a little bit. That might be a little bit too much. I do want to shrink them down a little bit and move them. Like that's the thing. So when you're working with character design, when you're working with character design, you kind of want to think about balancing out what's natural with what's designed, and what's natural with what's idealistic. Um, Go up to 128, turn off groups, and hit Dynamesh. Just kind of merge things in. And one of the things that I like about where these legs are at right now is that it allows me a little bit of room to kind of refine. Like they're not close together. Like I'm not getting some touching on the thighs yet. May or may not further down the line. Turn my intensity up on my smoothing. It wasn't strong enough. Okay. Just trying to like refine these forms, and then we'll go ahead and we'll kind of put in creases as we need to. some of these shapes aren't quite right, so we'll play with tweaking the butt. Got to check it from different angles. It's always important to check from different angles. Yeah, something like that, starting to feel a little bit better. Yeah, something like that's kind of starting to look about right. So a lot of what I'm trying to do is figure out kind of, you know, natural sort of shapes, but I'm also trying to design her. Um, you know, I'm trying to think about getting kind of like a straighter line on the inside of the thigh versus a curved line on the outside. Trying to think about a similar sort of idea for like the back of the leg versus the front of the leg. And it all kind of depends on the pose that she's in too, at certain times of the day, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Um, whether she's fighting or whether she's um, flying or, you know, sitting down having a cup of tea. I don't know, whatever. See, I saw the question earlier. Somebody was asking where I was from. I'm from, well, currently I live in Los Angeles, California. Uh, Born in Texas, raised in Utah, and lived a good time in Chile, in South America. Um, Miss it. I missed the Fiestas Patrias last week, and that was sad. It's like here in Los Angeles, there is a huge lack of Chilean presence. Do something like that, just to kind of hint that there's a belly button there. I mean, it's going to be covered up eventually anyway, so whatever. Um, so I like to do the breasts as like a separate subtool, and then like merge it in, because the thing that allows me to do is to control the form a little bit better to make sure that it is, you know, the right roundness and whatever that I'm looking for. Um, I mean, particularly at this, you know, you'll see like she's going to have kind of like these like strong kind of armor superhero suit cups there. So, I mean, it's going to have a specific, um, you know, it's going to have a rounder shape rather than just being like a, you know, natural hanging breast. um, we're saying breast a lot on this stream. Um, but yeah, I feel like it's important to, you know, and a lot of people will go through and do it differently, and that's fine. Whatever gets you the end result. I like to do it this way just because I like how it keeps it a little cleaner. Um, Let me see. What was that question about Dynamesh? So you're talking about same polygroups and merging. Are you still merging and then Dynamesh? Yeah. Essentially, that's what I'm doing. Is you'll see like right now it's Dynamesh together, but it has this groups button. Sometimes I'll go through and I'll keep the groups button turned on so that I can keep pieces separate until I'm ready for them to be merged together. I turned it off and hit Dynamesh and it kept the polygroups, but it went ahead and it merged the pieces together, which is great. This is what I was wanting to do. Um, and this will allow me to, you know, at some point, if I wanted to come over here and kind of, you know, reposition the legs or whatever, I can do that fairly easily, you know. So she's sitting now. um, yeah, so it's pretty nice. Um, Let me see. Do you only do 3D concept, or do you take the time to make a production model from the designs? I actually usually work as like in production models. That's kind of my background. I've worked on How to Train Your Dragon 3 for DreamWorks as a modeler. I also worked as a character modeler for the new Warner Brothers game, Hogwarts Legacy. Um, Lots of fun. But yeah, I typically work with topology. But since I am working in concepting right now, this is kind of more the process that I like to follow. It seems to help be very helpful in allowing me to sketch it out, think through forms and ideas. Let's see, it's gonna pull out bicep there. That's way too much. And then we're gonna pull the tip of this deltoid down and in. So yeah, a lot of this is just kind of a lot of back and forth, just trying to figure out shapes and how they fit together. Um, it's kind of starting to block in ideas. Captain Beirut, Johara. Let me see. You are so cool. Hope I could achieve the same someday. I just started ZBrush. ZBrush is really stinking cool. And it's funny because like I just found on my old Tumblr, I found my very first ZBrush sculpt. Um, I think I took a screenshot of it actually, or I downloaded it or something. It's hideous. I mean, it's super terrible, but it's kind of funny to look back and see how far I've come. There it is. That's my first ZBrush sculpt ever. I started in ZBrush in 2012. Um, yeah, it's I've come a little ways since then. And I mean, this has, good bones, I guess. It could go somewhere if I really wanted it to, but I'm not going to bother taking it anywhere. I don't even have the fuzziest idea about where I could even find it. Um, Kind of a shame. I mean, I was trying to find my very first 3D model ever, which is from 2006. Um, yeah, it gives me hope too. Let me see. I definitely want to kind of emphasize some of the shape up here a little bit more. So yeah, a lot of this is just going to be kind of putting in subtle forms. It's not about going through and getting the absolute final shape right off the bat. It's kind of building it up, figuring it out. Um, you have to pick your battles sometimes because sometimes you're on a tight schedule, tight deadline, and you have to go super fast. But you still wanna do it right. So don't go faster than you have to. and always be thinking about form, always thinking about shape, and thinking about what you need to say, what your character, what your object, what your environment, whatever it is that you're making, what it is that it needs to. That's coming along. What it is that it needs to be, how it needs to feel. I am a huge advocate for shape language and shape design, and that's the easiest way for me to go like, wow, is when I see like a really really good shape, um, somebody handling shape design really really well. Oh, somebody's leaving. Let me see. And sculpting with a mouse. Wow. Basic tutorials. Yeah, tutorials are a great way to go. Um, hopefully, hopefully you get that. Yeah, tutorials are extremely helpful. And when I was learning ZBrush, when I was learning Maya, there wasn't a whole lot around. In fact, I remember when I was learning Maya that I had to go to Barnes and Noble and buy a book because they had books. They had books where you could go through and learn how to Maya, um, which is great. I'm definitely not complaining. Those were great books, and I learned a ton from following the tutorials in there, from reading the step by steps. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but it's going to be covered anyway. Um, yeah, looking at her back now. So yeah, Maya for Dummies. Yeah, if only it was that easy. Um, no, there's a book. In fact, there are a couple of. Let me show you a couple of recommendations. Hey, John, how you doing? And welcome back, Quentin. Good to see you. Um, yeah, I have a couple of recommendations for good books for modeling. Let's see if I can find them real quick. Stop Staring, and there we go. Digital Modeling by William Bond. Yeah, these are my favorites. Okay, this one super super helpful. Um, I think it's a newer book, or at least that I've had it since newer years. But it goes through a lot of really really nice, um, just really really nice techniques. Um, a lot of the language is very like it's not, what's it called? Um, it's not program specific. Let's see if I can figure out what year this is from, because this is yeah, copyright 2012. So I got this probably when I was in college. It was new when I got it. So yeah, but yeah, super super good book. He's worked at Pixar. He's worked for a whole bunch of other big places and does amazing stuff. William Vaughn, digital modeling. The other one is Stop Staring. Um, I mean, there are other books too, like the Mastering Maya, whatever versions. 6.5, I think, is the first one the first book of those that I purchased. Um, but yeah, it's a super super helpful thing going through and finding those sorts of resources, because it forces you to actually think and to actually to bond with the program. Welcome back, Steven. How you doing? Um, yeah, so the easiest way to find me is through smartist.com. You can find all my links there. Um, but yeah, pretty much anywhere you look, you can look for um, Smartist. Just look for that on any social media platform, and you'll see me. You'll find me on Facebook. You'll find me on Instagram. Uh, I don't do anything with Twitter much anymore. If I post to Twitter, usually it's automatic. Although I do notice that they don't like the posts don't turn out as nice when they're automatic. So I don't know. It's kind of a tricky thing. Um, but yeah, so trying to get like a ridge formed up in the center here. Not a ridge, but a little like crease, a little channel. And then women have this thing like in their back where it's like this diamond kind of at the base of their spine, right where their coccyx is. Um, and my model here isn't really showing that. Um, so I was about, let me see. It was 2006 when I started 3D modeling, and thanks for coming by, Elise. Hope you have a good day. Um, yeah, so I was let me see, 2006, which means I would have been 18, 17. I would have been like 17. Yeah, I was fortunate enough actually, that at my high school they offered a digital modeling or a 3D animation class. And I thought that was, I mean, it just blew my mind. One of my friends invited me to take the class with him, and I hadn't even thought of that as like a as like a career option until it was presented to me. Then he's like, wait, people make money being artists? What? And so, I went ahead and I took the class and I fell in love with it, and yeah, I mean, at one point he and I were both working at DreamWorks, and got to eat breakfast together in the mornings and things like that, and it was fun. It was really really fun. So yeah, I owe my career in animation to Landon Graham. See, I'm trying to check relationships here because so if you look at the figure from the side and see kind of like the way that the hips are, it's a little bit easier for me to see, I think, because of the way that the lighting is hitting it. But the way that the way that I'll show you on the model. It's just a little bit easier. I have this part of the hip kind of coming forward a little bit too much, and then I want to make sure that I'm getting, yeah, okay. So the hip, the butt is kind of going in a good direction. That's looking pretty decent. Um, I do think that the angel wings are kind of coming too far back, but I am trying to think about like how her body might be a little bit different if she's like more toned and battle ready. Trying to think about how these edges might flow, kind of coming down and around. So kind of block that in a little bit. Block that in. I like to use my Damien Standard quite a bit, just for the sake of kind of sketching in shapes. So just kind of make a subtle hint at like that little inset at the base of the neck there. Okay, because I want that design wise. I mean, design wise, really, So this part of the anatomy right there at the base of the collarbone, like um so long as the body is pretty neutral, you're not going to see it really, unless the person is like really kind of like super skinny. And then you'll see like a little bit more collarbone, a little bit more tendon there from the neck. Um, but I like to have it in there as a design element, especially since, I don't like to just leave the character as a supernatural pose. Um, Let me see. Only a day. I think I lost your what that oh, I see what you're talking about. You're Yeah, DreamWorks is where I'd like to work. So working at Netflix is pretty cool. Obviously, nobody's working at Netflix right now. They did just buy a new location to build an actual Netflix animation studio over in Burbank, which that'll be pretty cool. It's pretty close to the airport, which whatever. Um, Let me see. But yeah, that's pretty exciting, and I suspect that we'll see Netflix become bigger and bigger as time goes on, especially since they have like their own platform. They've already worked out all the kinks over the last 20 years, 30 years almost, however long they've been functioning as a business. And I mean, they were like the first to get into online web streaming and things like that. So it's I suspect that they'll do some pretty cool stuff. Um, yeah. So what I'm trying to do right now, I'm just going to go ahead and block in the eyes. And one of the things, like a tip on eyes, is that eyes will they will most often be the same size. Like the eyeball itself will be the same size as the opening that you see. So like your eyeball is not really any bigger than this. From corner to corner, that sort of width. Um, so I'm trying to think about the size that I want on these eyes. Um, the eyeball itself, actually, let's see. Because this is a stylized character, I might have to go ahead and take the face, make it a little bit wider. What I'm trying to do is I want this eye to be really quite round. Yeah, it's definitely too large though. And so I'm trying to play with, how I'm going to get the shape in there that I want. I'm going to take out these brows, make it a lot smoother. Just kind of polish it out some. So yeah, sometimes you just got to kind of push and pull and play. And a lot of the things that are going to affect the way that the eye shape actually is, well, one, you got to think about the size, but two, you got to think about how the face kind of connects to it. So Damo says that started 3D modeling back in 2009. That's great. Eventually got ZBrush later. It's my first stuff back then. Finally got a new desktop computer. 3D printer do you use? I use a Form 2. So you can see, like, I've got my little shark here that I went through and I sculpted in ZBrush and then 3D printed on my Form 2. He chipped a tooth, so he's I'm thinking about going through and like painting him and then making him like kind of a prospector shark. And so that tooth, I'm thinking about painting it gold. Just be funny. Um, yeah, so that'll be fun. Uh, Happy to catch your stream. Do you offer online courses? I mentioned I had students. Yes, I teach classes actually through Gnomon. Um, Chip tooth equals character. Indeed. Um, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love teaching at Gnomon. It's a great school. Uh, yeah, it's just a great school. I think I want to go ahead and make this a little bit flatter. Let's go ahead and kind of shoot. Let's kind of fill that in a little bit. So with this eye, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate it and then mirror it over. I'm not going to actually put them together in the same subtool yet because not so low. I want transparent. I mean, well, I guess they're not intersecting, so that's not too bad of a deal. But I want to make sure that I'm not getting too much. What am I saying? That I'm not getting too. It's kind of experimentation at this point, anyway. I think the eyes are still too big. Let's just say, let's hit cancel. Let's go up and let's merge them down. Since I can go through and I can have local symmetry, turn on symmetry. Just kind of shrink them down. Because I think I do want to have a little bit more of an eye shape rather than having it be super, super round. Because I think, so if you guys were here, anybody who was here at the beginning of the stream or who saw the polls on Instagram, you would have seen kind of the zombie, the undead teenager kid that I had sculpted. It's from last year. It's kind of a flashback sculpt, but I was going to work on him a little bit to try to play with yes, lazy mouse is too strong right now. To kind of play with topology to kind of get him to work right and be, you know, more production ready. But yeah, he's a fun model. It was a great fun little thing to work on. I'll probably go ahead and push him more at some point because I do enjoy the design. But his eyes are very very large and very cartoony. In fact, I think for his eyes, what I did, hey Indy, I didn't realize that was you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, yep, chip tooth equals character for sure. And yes, right now everything for Gnomon is online, so if you're interested in taking classes, I think they still have registration open for this next coming term, which starts gosh, in 2 weeks, I think, October 5th. Um, but yeah, so far as classes go, I mean, I do have what I teach at Nomen is stylized character creation, um, which obviously involves a whole lot of stuff. Um, I might need to boost my topology on this at some point soon. Let's put in a bottom lip because that's going to matter in 1,000 years. Quentin, you haven't been reminding me to save. I'm just teasing, dude. It's not your responsibility. It's mine. Yeah, let's go ahead and save that. We will probably end up like changing the face shape and the eyes quite a bit. Yeah, I'm already sensing some shape changes here. Let's make them just a little bit smaller. I do kind of want to have like a little bit of an like more of an almond type eye shape. I think that's something that's really kind of cool and something that I definitely see in the reference. So I got like our different reference images here. Very almond shaped eyes. So I think we're going to play at that a little bit. Okay, we're going to pull this back off. Uh, but yeah, so I do teach that class at Nomen. But I also do I have a Patreon. For those of you who are interested in getting kind of resources and things like that I make available. I try to put a good time lapse or tutorial up specifically for Patreon, or specifically because of Patreon in the very least. Um, in fact, I've got a couple of people on right now who are part of that community. I've got Quentin over on Twitch. That he's good pal, very good friend, and it's nice having him around like that. We've got Jan. I think she's also over on Twitch. Um, I don't know that I've seen names of other people yet so far in the stream today, but yeah, it's a tremendous support for me as an artist. It's been something I've been very grateful for. Um, Lurking, good to see you. So yeah, we got that sort of thing kind of going on, and that's fun. I'm still trying to decide what what brushes to put up for my brush collectors group. Um, Last week when I streamed on my personal channel, I had mentioned my How to Train Your Dragon work, and Quentin seemed really excited about the poop brush, so we might go ahead and put that up. Um, I might have to make a poll though, just to kind of see what it is that that you guys want. You turkey. You're such a turkey. Okay, so we're gonna play with that a little bit. Proportions wise, it's starting to work. I think it's still a little bit too, like the eyes are still a little bit big. So I'm just gonna kind of take this, shrink this down. Poop brush for the win. Okay, I'm gonna move over to the eyes. We're just gonna shrink them down some. And I think that that's starting to work a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to smooth out the top of the eye a little bit. I think the forms for the brow can be really kind of tricky to work with. The other day, I went through and did a speed sculpt based off of the Mona Lisa, and that was really fun. One of the things that I did for her was I essentially let's turn off the color and everything. Um, I went through and created this really kind of subtle but stylized brow in there, and so that was something that I went through and tried to keep it subtle, tried to keep it simple. And so I'm trying to decide if I want to do something like that, where it's like, I'm getting kind of like this, I'm liking it, or better said, I'm not hating it. Trying to decide if I want to kind of dig in here for the corner of the eye. I think I do. Let's kind of dig in over there. Do I go over production modeling techniques? I do. In fact, I try to go over those sorts of things here too. One of the things that I try to do though for my streams and for um, is I try to poll my audiences, on Instagram, on Patreon, what it is that they want to be able to see, and I got kind of a ranged bit of feedback, but the the one that was the most popular in the voting was an original character. So yeah, I think that that's kind of why we went through and started doing that today. Hey DZ. But yeah, so production workflow. I do want to start actually some sort of topology boot camp, if you will, topology workshop or class that kind of extends over several weeks at some point. So you'll have to let me know if that seems at all interesting to you. I know that a lot of people have kind of reached out to me about doing that sort of thing. Um, cool. Okay. So we're gonna come over here. We're gonna say, let's turn that off. Flatten. Um, and if I were to do something like that, I don't know that I would do it through Patreon. I think that if I were to do it, it would probably be something I'd probably make it available to Patreon, to my Patreon members, in some capacity or another. But I would probably make it as like a um, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to work through it, and I've started kind of planning it out and whatnot. And it would be like I'm thinking of either like a 4 week track or an 8 week track. I'm just trying to think about like how I would make that work. Um, but yeah, and that's kind of part of what I'm trying to work out in my in my spare time. I got to go through and kind of plan some uh, curriculum and things like that as well. Um, so I mean, it might be something that I do possibly like in the new year sometime in February or something like that. Just so that I have time to kind of get past a couple of projects and have things really ready and worked out. But yeah, I mean, I think that it's a great idea, and I think it's something that a lot of people would really enjoy. Right? It seems like I'm getting some positive response about that here. So yeah, I mean, keep track on on, if you're on Patreon, I'll definitely let you guys know how that's going on. If you follow me on Instagram, when I have that ready, I'll definitely be blasting it out a ton there. Um, so yeah, kind of keep your eye on the gram, or whatever the kids say these days. I don't know. See, geometry, okay, Dynamesh is on, good. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and we'll just remesh that. You know what? Let's boost this up 256. I usually like to work in multiples of whatever base number Dynamesh comes in through. So like I'll work with like 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, etc., etc., etc. And that's just kind of the way that I like to work, is like doubles and halves. Let's kind of smooth this out so we have less noise on the surface. But yeah, I mean, I think that one of the most important things that somebody can learn when they're trying to get into the industry is good topology and topology flow and structure and working in those sorts of things. And I feel like there's not enough of a resource on how to do that. Let's turn that lazy mouse back on. So that's kind of the, oh, that's a little bit too wobbly. And that's the wrong direction, so we're going to Z add. So yeah. Trying to figure out kind of like the structure on the inside around the eye here. We'll figure that out at some other point, I think. Oh, it looks like ArtStation's having a sale too. It says it's a back to school sale, up to 70% off. Yeah. Dude, do it if you feel like that's something that's within your budget, if it's within your interests. I'd say totally do it. I mean, it's something that's, well, one, I'd be grateful. Hey, Chula. I have my office buddy coming in. Yeah, she's way more than a buddy. It's all right. We're good. Haz lo que necesitas hacer, como si fuera tu casa. Ooh, Mona Lisa. Nice. Hey, Ander, how are you doing? You see, for these ears, I think I want to go ahead and kind of keep them fairly simple. We will build that out, build this out. And I don't know, we might go ahead and totally change it later, but you know, it's something to start with. So you see I'm going through and using like super simple shapes to try to sculpt these ears in. It's just, you know, kind of just making choices. This gap down here at the bottom will need to close in just a little bit, but we'll get that in a minute. Oh, I'm getting my notifications from Duolingo. It's like, you haven't practiced your French yet today. Je suis désolé. Let's see. But yeah, so this is one way. Somebody was asking about the clay brush earlier and why I use it. I like how it gets me that kind of that glacier sort of shape. You know, it gives me kind of more of like a U shape kind of dragging along instead of like a big like raised bump or like a perfect circular sort of shape. Um, so it's really kind of nice for that sort of thing. Okay, let's kind of bring that in like that, something like that. Et voilà, more French. Plus de français. What games have I been playing lately? I played this game with the kids the other day where, what were we doing? We were like jumping over words. We had to like read the word and we had to jump over them. Yeah, it was a good game. Um, yeah, that's not what they're talking about at all. I worked on the new Hogwarts Legacy game that's coming out next year. So that's kind of exciting. I don't really play games. I like games, and I think they're fun. I was playing Small Town Murder for a long, long time. Well, it felt like a long, long time. It's really only been since the pandemic that I've really downloaded and played any games. Um, I did that. I used to take the kids out and play Pokemon Go and things like that. Um, but yeah, I kind of gotten rid of a lot of those things just for the sake of um, of what the documentary. What was it called? Do you remember? It's that new one that came out on so,
Social Dilemma or something.
Social Dilemma. That's what it was. It's on Netflix. It's super super good. But it's one of those things that like really hypes your awareness of like the social media and all the stuff that is really kind of going on behind the scenes, um, and why it's there. Not just that it's there, but that it's there for this reason of essentially treating us as a product. Um, so it's really kind of an interesting and strong food for thought sort of thing. Um, but yeah, definitely got me thinking. And it's like I don't need games. They kind of just distract me and keep me from doing what I need to do anyway. So just get rid of them. Thanks, Pluto. Love you. She's great. I like her a lot. Yeah, games keep me away from ZBrush, and I just can't be having that. I love ZBrush. It's really interesting going through and making things like this. Yeah, let's pull out some hair, because that'll be important to kind of deciding overall shapes and things like that. Um, yeah, practicing, anything that you're trying to like make yourself better in, it definitely requires some time, some good time, and it's yeah. How did I develop my art style? I'm still working on that part. But yeah, I definitely feel like an art style is one of those things that it continuously evolves. I think that some of the things that I did back in college and that I still enjoy doing, some to this day, is emulation and trying to think of uh, like how does J. Scott Campbell draw such and such a thing, or like how does he draw eyes, how does he handle hands, and then how can I mirror that on my own character design. Uh, I really, really like emulation. So things like that, or the draw this in your style challenges, and trying like really pushing myself to try new things. I mean, there are other challenges and whatnot that you can do. Like for instance, I run this challenge, this monthly challenge called No Spare Time, which is what this segment is called for no, ZBrush Live. And actually, what I did for No Spare Time last month, or I guess this month, it's due on my birthday on the 30th, just so that you're aware. This is what I did for No Spare Time this month, which is also a Draw This in Your Style challenge for hashtag SMAARTIST32. You can look that up. SMAARTIST32. You can look that up on Instagram and things like that. It's been really cool. I've gotten some really cool submissions so far on this one. Uh, in fact, there's one this morning that I saw, and I lost it as soon as I saw it. Uh, Stinking refreshing on Instagram. Like, good golly. Um, I gotta go. I gotta go find it because it was so stinking cool. It was so 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 stinking cool. In fact, I might be able to find it on Carlos Ortega's. Well, Carlos Ortega did one. And that was super neat. Let me pull it up because man, I love what Carlos did with it. In fact, maybe I could just do smartest 32. Yeah, there we go. So check this out. Check this out. Okay, so here's the one that Carlos did, and that he submitted. It's awesome. I love what Carlos did. It's so beautiful, so so cool. I've always like he's actually one of the reasons why I got super interested in character modeling because of the amazing stuff that he does with characters and the aesthetic that he has. But oh man, I was so flattered and excited when he showed me this. It was just amazing. So there's that one, and then there's this one from Michelle. Um, Turned out amazing. It's just like, oh my gosh, it's like wow. Um, yeah, just excited about seeing little things like this. You know, it just makes my day. So, happy birthday to me. Um, but yeah, so anyone who's interested, you can go ahead, you can join the challenge. I have, if you check out my Instagram page, I've got the original challenge right here. The information. There will be a prize, and I'll give you like a feedback session. Um, Over like a sculpt or a piece, an art piece that you've done. I'll do some sculpt over or some draw over or whatever if you'd like. So yeah, it's fun. It's just something fun that I'm trying to do for my birthday in a way to be able to kind of pay forward the support that I've gotten. I guess pay back in a way too. So yeah, huge thanks to Carlos and Michelle for their awesome. It's so cool. It's so fun. Love it. Anyway, I'll jump back to La Femme Super. Yeah, I've super enjoyed trying to learn French. It's super hard. Yeah, Carlos. Yeah, he draws too. He is so yeah. It's funny because like I don't pitch it to specific people. I don't try to um, you know, Carlos is somebody that I've gotten to be good friends with. We'll message back and forth on Instagram. Um, super amazing person. Just really great. Um, oh, I got my anatomy figures from 3dtotal.com, so you can see. Maybe I'll put a link up. 3dtotal.com. Let me see. Anatomy figures from 3dtotal.com. Yeah, they're really good. They're really helpful. Yeah, so let's go ahead. I'm going to take this. Let's make sure it's all one polygroup. And then we'll make sure that we have a couple different polygroups. I want to make sure that I am um, kind of filling in these different hair places. I feel like having, sometimes when you're working with hair, you want to work in it with different chunks and different sections because just because of the way that hair naturally kind of parts when you pull it up and when you style it, when you put it into a bun or when you put it into a ponytail, things like that, the hair is going to naturally separate. Um, so let's see, we're going to go ahead and so I'm trying to think about the shape and the flow, how I can get these to feel the way that I want them to feel. I think I kind of want this piece to stay more on top. So we'll do that. And then we'll pull this forward a little bit. Women have a different hairline than men do. I'm getting kind of like a bad hairline there at the moment, but we'll fix it. Yeah, so we'll get something like that. We'll kind of puff it out here on the side. But yeah, men seem to have like a lot more of like a kind of a pulled back hairline through there, typically. Um, but women have a hairline that kind of goes more just like a straight line kind of down. There's a lot less variation um, to hairlines with women's hair, or like variation to the shape. I mean, not variation to like within women as a general group. um, yeah, let's see. Now we can start styling it and shaping it as a whole. I'm liking kind of like this. Let's look at it kind of at the from the side, from the angle that we'll be looking at it from, due to the pose, and we'll just kind of try to shape it a little bit based on that. Um, Once we check it from different angles, we can get a better clue, a better idea as to whether or not something's actually working. Yeah, we'll kind of pull that in. So when I'm doing hair, I always like to block it in first. I do have like some nice hair brushes, which I will probably make available through Patreon. Um, so Quentin, you got to think about this between hairbrush and and poop brush. Think about that. The poop brush, if I get that out at all, it'll be just through Patreon, I think. Um, but yeah, so what I like to do is I like to block it out first, and then I like to use my I like to use, so you can see like right here with the hair, like here's my hair block in, which you know it has all the forms in there. But then I go through with my hairbrush, and it's got nice, clean, easy topology. Tough choice. Ooh. Nice, clean, easy topology that I can go ahead and I can manipulate nice and easy. So, um, so yeah, that's kind of the route that I like to go with this. Um, let's see. I definitely need to add in some more resolution though, because that's not going to be adequate. Just to, not 128.888. There we go. Just kind of up that resolution some so that we can get smoother. There we go. It's like it was not applying to the top one. So what I want to do, let me see. I'm gonna add in just a few kind of strands like this, just to kind of increase the sense of flow. This way I can kind of get a better sense for what the character might look like. Sometimes you can overlap these strokes. This is one of the things I really, really like about clay buildup, specifically for this type of design work, is that just by getting it some rough strokes, you get more of a sense of kind of like hair and hair overlapping and things like that. Okay, so I mean that's rough. It's symmetrical, but it's more representational. So now I can go through and decide, okay, shape-wise, am I liking what's happening? Not yet. Let's go ahead and give it a little bit more shape in this area. And using Damien Standard, you can go through and you can kind of play with those shapes, play with those forms a little bit more, specifically creases. Creases and peaks. So I'll go through and kind of pull in a peak in here, pull in a peak up here. And if it's not strong enough, you can just hit the 1 key a couple of times. And then I like to go and do the opposite just underneath it. You know, so that'll get me a little bit of a hairline sort of look. Okay. Similar sort of thing up here. If I want to, I can go ahead and turn off symmetry. Let's turn on my clay buildup, and we'll just kind of sculpt into this a little bit. Okay, and that's really kind of all it needs to make it feel like it's got more of a hair variation, more of a natural sort of, oh shoot, next to it. More of a natural sort of hairline sort of look. Okay, so lots of things you can do to kind of play with that. But yeah, just barely breaking the symmetry just a little bit really made it feel a lot more organic. Yeah, let's see. Kind of pull that in a little bit. Let me see. You always feel lazy for doing that. Yeah, I mean this is kind of the way that I do it for like pre-visualizing it. I don't ever leave it like that entirely, like the whole time, unless it's something that I'm doing strictly as like a really quick speed sculpt idea. Let's turn the head texture back on. So yeah, I mean this is just like a quick speed sculpt idea. This one was one that I was able to use just Dynamesh, but I mean it because of the way that I used surface noise, it turned out really different. And so it feels more like a finished chunk of hair, even though it's just a chunk of Dynamesh with a lot of like really stretched out pieces. um, and you can see the stream that I did for creating this whole character. Not the whole character, I guess. The whole character above her hips. um, but yeah, so yeah, you could go ahead and check that out. It's on my YouTube channel, all 7 hours of it. So you can jump around and see what you like. Oh, thank you. That it was a lot of fun to create. A lot of fun to create. I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to turn my symmetry back on, and I'm just going to start blocking in like some whatchamadiggits hair ties. Here, let's see. Let's split this out. Split, unmasked. Okay, so this way we can get the hair ties. And then what I'm going to do is I have 3 pieces right here. I'm just going to quickly like come through and kind of vary up how they line up, and that gets me enough of a look of scrunchy that I could probably just pull it off. I'm not sure that it'll stay just this simple. I might go through and actually create something a little bit more complex, a little bit more. Yeah, let's go ahead and kind of inflate it some. Um, but yeah, something more traditional, something more Lebanese. Since this is intended to be like Captain Lebanon, like Captain Beirut. Um, in fact, that might be a little bit too low. Oh, I don't want the Dynamesh. Don't Dynamesh. Okay, we'll do something like this. I think that feels pretty cool. And then we'll add in another chunk for this hair, because I want to have kind of like this bun on top. I'm just going to kind of scale it out sideways and scale it down some. Trying to decide. Well, we might have to go through and figure out exactly what we want to do with this. But yeah, so far so good. Now what I'm going to do, here let's do this instead. Let's go ahead and put in a couple of like I'm making a couple of selections of these rings. I'm going to hit Control A, Control Shift A to bring it all back, and then so you see now I've got these unmasked sections of oh nerds, how about that? Of topology going around that I can just easily manipulate and create something that feels fairly organic. So we can just kind of sculpt that out a little bit, and that's pretty good. I'm gonna break symmetry though. Because this is something that'll be fairly easy to tell if it's symmetrical or not. Yeah, let's go ahead and just kind of push that in. And then we'll just kind of stroke out of it. kind of vary the shape up a little bit. That's looking pretty all right. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I try to name them. I mean, you'll see like there are some things that I haven't named, like for instance the eyes. I need to go through and name that. But yeah, in fact, let's get the arms too. But yeah, I like to keep things nice though because if you don't, it's kind of like you got to go through and luckily inside of ZBrush you have at least the thumbnails that you can go through and figure things out. But if you're looking through the outliner inside of Maya and you're trying to figure out what in the heck is going on, you're not going to be able to figure it out just by names. Um, let me see. Let me get to that question in just a second. Yeah. So the hair ties. Yeah, the hair ties are regular topology. Um, very few things on this model so far are the eyes. Those are regular topology. And in fact, what I'll probably do, I do have the symmetry on, right? Yes, I do. Okay, I'm just going to go like this, Control Shift S to shrink. And do something like that, Control W. And then we'll just kind of push this out a little bit. Now what this is going to do, this is making kind of more like how human eye iris. Human eye irises are not flat. They're not a continuation of the smooth roundness of the eye, but rather they kind of stick out a little bit. And this also helps me to see like she looks a little cross-eyed right now. So what we're going to do, we're just going to kind of angle these out like 5 degrees. You can see it already looks more natural. It looks better. Maybe not quite. Let's make it a little bit less than 5 degrees. In fact, I wonder if I can change my preferences on this. Let's go to Gizmo 3D, size, length. I was hoping that I'd be able to. It might there probably is an option for it. I just can't see where that option might be. Oh well. I was trying to see if there would be a way for me to change the number, the angle snapping for the gizmo, but we'll not worry about it for right now. So right now, this character definitely does not feel the same as the character in my sketch. You know what? Let's go ahead and Control Shift D. You know what? I was going to angle this out. 3 degrees, sure, we'll do that. If I need to change it back, it's easy enough to change it. It's easy enough to fix it. Okay, so the face, I'm going to hide that original one, and we're going to kind of work with this new one. I'm going to try to play with some proportions and shape because I want it to feel more like this. And obviously, you know, she'll feel different when she has one, her eyelashes, two, when she has her eyebrows, um, and three, when she's in pose. Um, but yeah, so that's kind of some of what I'm trying to work through and figure out. Um, the reference that I pulled up from earlier, yeah, let's turn on perspective so we can see it a little bit more naturally. Let's maybe smooth out that hard peak there, make it a little more feminine. Because I mean, I want her to be a superhero, but I also want her to feel feminine. I'm gonna raise that a little bit. Autosave. Yeah, this sort of stage, I love this stage of character design because I love just figuring it out. I love tweaking a design. I love kind of pushing and pulling and trying different things. And so this sort of stage for this character development is a lot of fun for me. Um, so that's starting to look pretty good. I think the ears are a little small, so let's kind of make them a little larger. I don't want them to be huge. One of the things that you want to be aware of with female characters is that big ears make them feel less appealing. Um, that's a good question. Quicks on Twitch is asking at work they were having a discussion about rotating the eyes out slightly and learned about it from different artists like Adam Scott, which I think may actually be where I learned it from. He's a good reference. I tried looking up information about this one, but I couldn't find anything. Are eyes really slightly rotated out, or is it just that an artist's aesthetic choice? A lot of it, for me, comes down to functionality. I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if we have. Let's pull this back up. Let me see if we can find something about this. Human eye placement. Actually, I wonder if Anatomy for Artists has anything about this. Interesting. Yeah, let me look up. Oh boy, look at Mads Mikkelsen there. He's looking kind of crazy. Um, ArtStation, Anatomy for Sculptors. Okay, let's go into their profile. Alright, portfolio. Yeah, we're good. Okay. It's like my head was like, what am I looking for? What am I doing? Huh? Okay, so here's eye area, the eye. I don't know if those will show us anything about the eye rotation or not, but let's check it out. My, I suspect, yeah, they don't have anything about it. I suspect that, um, they're not naturally rotated out. I think that it is just kind of an art cheat. Um, I mean, it's not a huge cheat. You know, you're only cheating it by a couple of degrees, which doesn't. You know, you're trying to make it look right. You're trying to make it function correctly. When you're and a lot of the reason why we cheat it like that is because of the head, because of the way that we design the head and design the face and things like that. Um, yeah, because I think technically our eyes are actually pointing. Our eyes are actually more pointing toward each other than away from each other, and here's why. Our eyes are focusing on a singular point in space, both of them at the same time. And the reason why we see things in 3D is because we're getting two different vantage points. We're getting two different views of the same point, and so our brain is putting those together as having volume. And so, but if I were to go through and point these two eyes at the same point in space, um, it would feel cross-eyed. And a lot of that is just because of the shapes and because of the placement of the eyelids on the eye itself. So in order for me to fix that, I have to fix the placement of the eyelids. You know, making sure that this side is a little further forward, this side's a little further back, and you know, making sure that things are aligning right and things like that. But I didn't like that. But yeah, so that's kind of the thing that I see there, the thing that I notice. Um, let's, you know what? I kind of want to give her like a cooler lip shape. So let's give her like a little bit more volume to the lips. I want her to be stylized. I don't want her to be like cartoony. So what we'll do is we'll kind of pull this down. And at some point we'll go through and we'll kind of carve an opening in her mouth and model in some teeth. But yeah, for now that's coming along pretty all right. I'm going to, let's pull these brows down just a little bit so she doesn't have so much of like a dazed, surprised sort of expression. Let's kind of pull this around just a little bit. It's always kind of tricky when you're making the eyes. You don't want to make the eyes too, like the iris section, the colored section of the eye. You don't want to make the colored section too big. You don't want to make it too small either. So you got to kind of find a bit of a balance. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull out some eyelashes. Let's pull that. Let's pull that. This is pretty much how I always do my eyelashes. I'll draw it out with the topology brush, and then when I have it basically blocked in, I'll go ahead and I'll change my draw size down to 1, and then tap on the mesh until I commit, and then I can say split unmasked points, and so now I've got my not list eyelashes. Let's take this down below the eye. Okay, so with the eyelashes, now that we have that in place, let's go ahead and turn on that the transparency thing. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of mask out the points that are at the base of that eyelid. And now what I can do is I can just pull this forward. Now, one of the things you'll notice if I look around, you'll see I'm seeing through the eyelashes. I want to be able to see them from both sides. So first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to hit flip. I'm going to hit double. The reason I did flip was because I wanted to make sure that the eyelashes that the forward normal was going upward, so that when I hit extrude, I can have my eyelids the right way. Okay, good. I still have my thing masked. So this is where you can kind of get in and start playing with eyelashes and the shape and the design that you want for it. I usually have it pretty thin toward the inside corner of the eye, and then I have it get a lot longer toward the outside corner of the eye. A lot of that is just to be able to support shape and shape ideas. The other thing that I thought about was instead of using these types of eyelashes, I thought about doing something more like let's do this. Let's go to Z modeler. We'll say insert edge. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and we will keep this geometry, modify topology, delete hidden, and we'll say extrude all polygons. So I thought about doing something like this too. Deformation, inflate. Yeah, okay, that works. Okay. So I mean, obviously, there are sections of this that need more topology, so I'm just going to go ahead and add that in manually. I think I kind of like the idea of having like a tube eyelash set, now that I think about it, because what it's going to allow me to do is to really push for that kind of swoop shape at the end. A lot of times people will go through, I mean, the thing that creates that swoop thing at the end, it's kind of a combination of the shape of the eyelash along with the um, makeup that the woman has on. Let's go ahead and soften that. So essentially what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll say inflate the middle section. Is this going the wrong direction? Am I being punked? It is. It's facing the wrong direction. I'm being punked. Where's Ashton Kutcher? So right here, I mean, I don't want any kind of creasing on this. So we're gonna say uncrease all, and then essentially I can just come in here and just say, control where these shapes are. Okay, so you can do something like this, and then what I can do is I can say, let's use our curved tubes or something like that. That's really kind of big. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use the curve modifiers, turn on the size. We're going to change that to that, that to that, something like that. Okay, let's lock the base at the start, so that way I can drag this out a little bit, kind of play with it some. It's a really, really stylized eyelash. I think that I don't really particularly like that. It's still too thick, but it's starting out too thin. So I think we just got to kind of bring it a little bit closer together and then make the brush size smaller. And that's a lot better. It's a little long, but whatever. So let's go ahead and kind of pull that over, something like that. So I thought about doing something like this. Do you ever consider how lashes would 3D print? Yes, I definitely do. Here's kind of a good example of how I handle eyelashes when I want to 3D print. Hopefully you can see. In fact, I did a similar thing with this character. It's the exact same principle with these eyelashes. You see, like it's really simple, but it's essentially this wedge that kind of comes off of the face. And the reason I do it like that is that it still gives me the appearance of like a thin eyelash, but it allows me to also have the stability that I need for it to print well and have enough support. I would need to do a lot of things to this to make it ready for 3D printing, like play with that umbrella and the cherry in there. I would need to play with the earrings and things like that. but I am thinking about it. It could be fun. But yes, definitely kind of give that sort of um, consideration, if you will, to to eyelashes, especially if you're wanting to prep things for 3D printing. Let me see. I do have to check the Pixologic calendar real quick. This is going really pretty well, and I like how it's going. But I think that I need to make sure that let's save this so that it's oh, where did I characters for fun? Captain Beirut, Johara. Okay, so let's check this. Let's check the Pixologic calendar. Community, ZBrush Live. My goal, my goal is to get top row on ZBrush Central this year. Tell everyone. I'm just kidding. Don't tell anyone. It's fine. Oh, hey, look, there's me. Where is the calendar? There we go. Ana Carolina. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to calendar. Well, I guess technically agenda works too. So the next person is Ana Carolina tomorrow, at 8 o'clock in the morning. So that'll be fun. So I don't have anybody going after me, so I don't have to feel like super pressured or anything to get off at any particular time, which is always nice. It is always nice to not feel pressured, especially when you're making something that you're feeling pretty happy about, you know? Just kind of get things out of the way. Make sure that my phone's on silence. Actually, I should make sure it's not on silent, so that way, in case I get a special important phone call from the president of Lebanon or prime minister or something, you know, I can say hello. Okay. So far, this is turning out pretty cool. I need to work on this torso, make it feel a little bit more. Yeah, I think that could work. That could work. Let's play with these back muscles a little bit. There's a lot of playing that you got to do in order to make things kind of really work, really sing. Yeah. They're having lunch with you? Dang it, Doug. Dang it. Make sure to let them know I said hello. Yeah, let me see. I might go through, let's do this really quickly because I think it's important. Um, I'm going to kind of pose the arms close to how they would be for, you know, like kind of tearing open that blouse. So I'm gonna try to think about how they might be angled. Yeah, something like that. And then we can go over here. We can kind of reshape these deltoids so that they fit. They're having lunch with me. Lunch sounds nice. Kind of craving a sandwich, like a good sandwich with ham and Munster cheese, and spinach and pickle, and maybe tomato on. Nah, not on rye bread. On like, have you tried that Dave's Totally Killer Bread or whatever it's called? Um, That's probably my favorite bread. Oh, but I could do sourdough too. So I have sourdough, but I don't have meat. I don't have sandwich stuff. Yeah, we're gonna start getting her kind of clothed. Let's start working on her clothing. I'm liking where the body's at. I think that's working. Okay, so I think that if I need to fix anything later on, it'll probably be something related to I always get hungry during your streams. It's because I get hungry during my streams. Oh, that's funny. That is funny, funny. Let me see. 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 Okay, so far that's working out. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's add in some clothing. Um, I'm trying to think of how I want this to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. Oh, yeah, I guess that could work. Just kind of like painting on a mask. Um, this is like one of the easiest ways to go about creating this sort of clothing. Anything that's skin tight. It's just kind of like concepting it out, sketching it out in the mask. Um, so this, I want it to be a couple of different layers. I'm chicken empanadas. Ooh, no. Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, with like this past week being um, Chilean independence, usually you would get together with your family and friends, and you would celebrate and eat empanadas. That's just what you do. And you're in Argentina, you said, right? Anyway, so Argentinian chicken empanadas are pretty doggone good. Just saying. But one of the things that you do is you get together, you eat empanadas, and I didn't get to do that. I need to find a good empanada place here in LA, or like one that's closer by than out in West LA, because there are a lot of empanada places out in West LA, but not so many out here. Are yeah, not so many out here, kind of further east, Pasadena area. Yeah. Either that, or I need to just go to the store and get some manteca and just make my own. Okay, so what I'm wanting to do is I want to think about when I'm designing her clothing, her superhero clothing. I want to think about mobility. I want to think about power. I want to think about kind of what's going to allow her to, yeah, to do what she needs to do. Mind her super business. um, I'm trying to decide. I think I like the idea of this maybe going down a little bit further. Just kind of pull this down and over, something like that. That'll allow me a little bit more of more space on the back for um, for creating the muscle definition and things like that. Let me see. Let's give her a little bit more cover up here on the breasts. I think that's looking pretty cool. Yeah, it's all about kind of refining that shape. And the nice thing about the mask is that you can see it easily. So really, really nice. Technically, I won't see the whole back because she's gonna have her blouse kind of pulling open. Um, let's see. Yeah, I think that'll kind of work. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to Subtool, going to go down to Extract, and then I'm just going to change my thickness to 0. Um, that'll just make it so that I have a piece of geometry that is essentially exactly what I just masked out on my model. Now you can see there's a piece there. It's kind of floating, but we'll get rid of that. Control Shift A, geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Okay, now this is not going to be easy to work with. It's not very clean. You know, there are a lot of complaints I can make about this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it one polygroup, and we are just going to go ahead and get rid of some of the extra. Going to kind of get rid of what's coming along through here. Now this does not work symmetrically. Okay, you can see like it didn't give me the same slice on the other side. So what I'm going to do is I gotta go through. Oh, shoot! Hide that part. Okay, so we'll say delete hidden, mirror and weld, and now we've got the same thing on both sides. And now this will probably work pretty well for me. What I want to do though, I don't want to leave it at this because this will be, like I said, hard to control. So I want to go ahead and take, you know what, let's not do that. Let's do it like this, from the side, just so we get both sides. Oh shoot. You can do this a couple different times if you don't get it the right way the first time. I want to go through and essentially just create these rings, topology guides, going through. Let's go through and actually because what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell ZRemesher, let's do that. I'm going to tell ZRemesher to go through and create new topology for me. And it's really, really helpful to go through and just kind of create some basic cuts. Let's kind of figure out where to place that. Let's put it about right there. Okay, mirror and weld. Okay, so that way we have the same things on each side. Okay, and we can come through here and we can do something like this too, just to make sure that we have a slice going through there. And essentially, this is just going to be a guide for ZRemesher. I have used the cloth feature. I've used it quite a bit actually. I'm not in any way the most professional cloth user, but you know, I feel pretty good with it. Let's go ahead. Let's do 2. Turn off adapt. Hold Alt. Hit ZRemesher. ZRemesher is really good about going through and kind of respecting. Oh, sorry, I forgot to hit the keep groups. It's pretty good about respecting that outer border, and so oftentimes you'll get a good. Yeah, there we go. So we're getting pretty good results, kind of going around there. Yeah, this will be sufficient. I mean, it's not super clean, and if I were modeling this for like portfolio, I would want to definitely go through and refine that. But it'll be enough for what we need right now. So let's go through. Let's do this. We'll say project, and then we'll say. Oh, in fact, we can just go ahead and do our dynamic. Turn that on, and we can turn on thickness. Turn that up a little bit. So that way it's giving us kind of a representation of what we're going to see if we were to add thickness. But I still have all the flexibility and the benefits of being able to treat it just like it was a single planar piece of geometry. Because it is. Yeah, it's a super, super handy and very cool feature. Yeah, so what I would probably do, I will probably use the cloth feature for the skirt and for the blouse and possibly even for the hair. Um, Maybe not the dynamics per se, but I'll use the brush for sure, brushes, because that'll allow me to get some good flow in the hair. something about her just, she feels like too stylized in the face and not stylized enough in the body. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, so for this piece, let's go ahead, let's give it a little bit of a color. Let's give it something like this. MRGB, color, fill object. Oh, turn that RGB intensity up. And then for her skin, we want to give her something that's kind of, you know, like a kind of an olive sort of color. And I'm trying to look for kind of a mid-tone sort of tone. That's a little bit too red, I think. I think something like that might work. Let's get rid of our masking. Let's go color, fill object, and we might go ahead and you know, play with the color a little bit more later on as we go, but we'll have to see. But yeah, this will help us to kind of keep a little bit more of a separation of our different assets as we're playing along. So color fill object, and then we'll go ahead and get the eyes. Get to something really kind of dark here. And that's just to kind of block in the color, so it's easier for us to see kind of what it is that we're looking at. Let's say color fill object on that. The hair we can go in, and maybe we'll do something lighter for the hair. Lighter and redder, I think. We'll try something like that for right now. We'll see. Well, in fact, let's do this. So we can kind of select a darker color for this hair tie. Okay. Okay, so we're starting to get somewhere. Now, 3 hours later, you know, 2.5 hours later. Because honestly, I mean, we did mostly some research at the beginning. So 2.5 hours later. Sorry, reference was kind of encroaching on my screen space, and I was like, just slightly bothered by it. Yeah, more stylized body, I think, is more what I'd like to do. And I think what we have is pretty cool. But yeah, I think either we need to take the face more realistic, which I don't want to do, or we need to take the body more stylized. And I think taking the body more stylized and kind of simplifying the shapes would definitely take us there. So we're going to do that. I'm going to hide that extract, and we're just going to duplicate the body. In fact, let's just go ahead and we'll save this, and then we'll save a second version. We'll version up. That way I have both that I can go back to. Say delete. I don't need it. Okay, so let's take this. We're going to leave the breasts about how they are right now, but that's really strong. Just kind of change the strength on that some. Okay, kind of simplify that down some, and then we'll, instead of like heavily emphasizing these hips and these back muscles, let's just kind of go through, we'll simplify things down quite a bit, aka smooth it out. Okay, and then we'll exaggerate some shapes. So let's pull, smooth that shape out some. then let's pull this, pull the waist in. And then I don't want so much thigh definition. Over here on the outside, you'll see like, well, I mean, even down here, the abs transitioning to the crotch, and there's just too much definition. So just taking it out, should be able to call something like that much better. Let's kind of pull these collarbones up a little bit and give them a little bit more roundness. I feel like they're kind of too flat. Now, playing with that may or may not be what we want in the end. We'll have to see, and we'll probably have to sculpt that out a little bit in the end anyway, just depending on how it feels with the pose. So yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think. Just kind of pull some of that, make it flatter, make it more unified. Pull some of that out. Kind of even that out. Starting to be a lot better. Okay, there are some things like over here, we're probably going to want to still have a little bit of a separation between these different plane changes. Maybe we'll keep the back kind of clued in like that. Do something like this. Really kind of just simplifying these forms. Let's see, it's definitely starting to work a little bit better. I just don't find it appealing yet. So let's go through here. Oh shoot! How about that? Yeah, I think those are good suggestions, Doug. We might have to think about that. Kind of boost the shape design in the legs. Just kind of playing with some of these plane changes and emphasizing certain areas. You know what? So let's see. Let's take this line. Let's kind of pull it up a little bit so that it kind of dies into the peak. Let's do this a little bit further out, I think. I do feel like I need some sort of definition in there because I feel like it's not quite reading right. And so it's probably just going to be a change in like curve and flow. Let's kind of emphasize that change a little bit in there like that. Let's make it something, let's make it more subtle down there. think that's definitely starting to work a lot better. I think that the edge along the leg might be too strong, but I like having that there. I think that that's kind of a cool, has kind of a cool effect to it. Let me see. Thank you, Quentin. Let me see. Spicy Chili 070172. I'm a student attending a visual effects school. I was curious to know if you still recommend to use Marvelous Designer for cloth, or is the new cloth feature in ZBrush just as good for animation? So, you'd be able to probably get the same effects just using ZBrush. Um, Marvelous Designer is interesting from the standpoint that it uses real world dynamics and things like that in a slightly different way. There are people that will definitely like swear off Marvelous Designer because they have the ZBrush functionality now, and they don't need anything more than that. But I think that it's still worth having Marvelous Designer from the standpoint of it's still pretty heavily used in the industry, and I don't think it'll be ever completely replaced. Um, so yeah, I mean, definitely, I think it's a good idea to continue to use it and learn it and whatnot, whatever is being taught in your classes. But more than anything, I think it's important to learn principles and the things that'll be helpful to you as you as you learn. You know, and learning the principles is definitely more helpful than turn off level symmetry. It's definitely more helpful than learning a software because the principles will transcend. I don't want RGB on. What are you doing, ZBrush? Yeah, the principles will transcend the software. Okay, so now we have some anatomy in there, but it's a lot simpler of anatomy. It's like I'm like fighting against the two different styles that I have going in there. I'm trying to figure out kind of how to how to get them to fit together. And I'm trying to think. I think this head might still be too big, but I think that might actually work well for me. Um, it baffles me the amount of knowledge and anatomy you must have to produce these pieces, but I guess that's to be expected. Yeah, it's definitely to be expected, and it's something that you're always trying to improve and get better at. Um, it's extremely important um, to be able to recognize certain things about anatomy and how they would go together. Um, yeah. Okay, so let's do something like this. I think it might be going in too far. Let's see. Let's kind of pull it some. I don't know that I want to make these any bigger, but we'll just try for shape. I don't know that I want them to go out any further. I feel like they might actually be going out too far. and I'll probably end up taking whatever armor I make for her, whatever costume I make for her, and have them kind of press in on her breasts, just to kind of get a little bit more of like a fleshy look. I don't know. Maybe we'll just keep them round for now. Keep them something like at this stage, I think. One of the things that you could do is that if you're not getting enough hang with a piece of geometry, it could go for pretty much anything. You can come in here and you can use your dynamics, add a little bit of gravity, turn this gravity strength down some, and then you just say run simulation. Oh, and I wanted to make sure that the firmness was up too. Yeah, so firmness, turn that up. Maybe turn the gravity back up. And then we'll go ahead and say run simulation. And this will get us a little bit more of a natural sort of sag. So it's just kind of interesting. It's just something to play with. You see it messes up the points just a little bit. That's because it's just going through and kind of figuring out that it's simulating, and it has to simulate so many weird random little points together. But yeah, so that's a little bit better. I kind of like that a little bit better. So let's do something like that. Okay, let's paint that paint the clothing on again. And I'm still trying to decide exactly what I want to have happen with the upper piece. So you'll see like the green red piece or whatever. You'll see like the big stripes kind of going across her chest, and you'll see the waistband, things like that. You know, I want to make sure that I make this thing in layers to be able to address these different shapes. So we're going to take this, we're going to pull this back and across, and kind of cut it back some too. I might actually try giving it kind of like this V point in the back. Just going to get rid of some of that. So that might be kind of cool. Okay. Kind of make sure that my lines follow the shapes that I want. And then once we have like some cleaner topology through here, we'll be able to clean up shape and things like that a lot more easily. For right now, oops. Just gonna kind of fill this in. Then we gotta assess it. We gotta look around and kind of see if we like the shape that's making. I gotta give her some eyebrows. She's just not feeling right yet because of the eyebrows. So let's do this. Okay, so we've already got this extract, which is now gone. You know, we don't need this anymore. Say okay. But we need to go to this body. Oh, we're missing some mask down here. I need to make sure that this has enough masks down in this area so that it doesn't lose connection when it creates the geometry. So we're gonna have that. Say extract, and we'll say accept. And take a look at it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, you can see there are a couple of extra pieces there, but that's fine. Let's just go ahead and shoot. We'll just go ahead and let's use the select lasso. Control Shift A, geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Okay, I want this to be lighter because it's hard to see. Let's undo our mask. Okay, I'm going to leave those the topology, the polygroups the way that they are. Do something like, yeah, we'll do something like this, something like this. We might just have to end up keeping it simple. Let's go like this. Let's put topology or like a guide through there. Put a guide through there, and then geometry, mirror and weld. And then let's go ahead and put another edge loop down through there. Okay, so let's try that. Z-remesher, turn off adapt, keep groups, topology down to 0.5. We don't need a whole lot of topology, but hopefully it keeps what we need it to keep. Let's get rid of any topology that we don't need. Modify topology. Not that. Delete hidden. That's interesting. I don't know that I ever knew about that button. Get rid of that. Delete hidden. Okay, now we can do this. I think. Yeah, let's go ahead and actually merge these groups together because that'll be nice. All right. Here we go. Okay, Z-remesher, the other Z-remesher. Hold Alt and get that Z-remeshing going. Let's see if this will work for us. Yeah. That is a usable piece of geometry. I mean, it's not perfect. There are pieces that, places where I would want to clean it up if I wanted to make it perfect, but that's doable. This is workable. I will keep this. We will work with this. Okay. So, first thing, let's go ahead and let's project it so that it's got the shape of the body. Deformation. Oh, let's actually go in and let's say geometry, not Dynamesh, dynamic. And turn on thickness. And then we'll just make sure that it's covering all the her body. Yeah, definitely some things that I would want to fix. In fact, let's fix a couple of those spots right now. I mean, a lot of people were wanting to see kind of some workflow anyway. So let's do this a little bit. Let's say delete a poly. We'll insert an edge loop here. Bridge edges. So I like to use Z Modeler like a ton. I use it for pretty much all of my topology needs because it's fantastic for creating. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, in fact, here let's do it like this. Let's say instead of doing it like that, we'll say split edge. And this way we can just go ahead and say delete edge, delete edge. It should be the same on both sides. Looks good. Looks good. I got a booger down here too, so we'll just go ahead and do the same thing with this. Let's say split. Let's do something like this. And then, you know what? Actually, let's do this. I just want to make sure that I've got this ring going all the way around. It looks like we do. So we'll go ahead and we'll say insert single edge loop. This way we can go ahead and we can say bridge. And now we just need to go through and bridge these pieces together. So I need 2 edge loops to kind of come in. 1, 2. Now we can just go ahead and say bridge edges. Oh, hey, look at that. There was a triangle. I did not even think about paying attention to that. Let's go ahead and say bridge that to that. If it'll let me. There we go. Okay, so now we've got that, and that goes around. Come on, there we go. Okay, so let me delete this really quick. Okay, so fromage, cheese. Yeah, let's go ahead, let's do this. Let's bridge these together. And then we'll just add in 1 more right in there, and then we'll bridge that to that, that to that. Okay, porqueria. Here, let's go mirror and weld just to make sure that it's the same, and it should be. Okay. Now it looks like I have some extra piece in there. Okay, so delete that. Delete hidden. Sweet. Now, I mean, this is going in kind of a weird direction. I wouldn't want to keep it like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say delete that, delete that, that. And then we'll say delete island. Because I don't, let me see. Maybe we'll keep it. And the thing that I want to do though, let's delete this poly. I want to add an edge loop in here just for the sake of being able to make sure that I have a continuation of flow. Yeah, let's insert that. Okay, now I can bridge. Sometimes it's just a matter of stepping back and taking a little bit of a look. But the thing I want to make sure of is that I want to make sure that I have a continuation of flow going up and around, because that'll help me to control the shape. Yeah, it's a really nice, simple set of tricks that you can use for topology. I really like using ZBrush, and you got to go through and clean it up. But you know, that's to be expected. Anytime you have anything automatic in digital realm, it has to be cleaned up. You know, like if you do visual effects, if you do fire in Houdini, or any kind of sand or water or anything like that, you have to go through and clean it up, because the effect coming out of the box, while it might be really cool without any kind of need for tweaking, it's not going to be exactly what you need for whatever shot and whatever film you're working on. So when you're working on, it's the same thing for modeling or for animation, or you know, like any kind of do motion capture. If that's a pain to kind of go through and tweak, or 3D scanning. you know, a lot of people go through and look at 3D scanning as a way to get, you know, something final, and it's not that way in any way, shape, or form. There's definitely a lot of cleanup that you have to do if you want to use it in a film. Um, it's, you know, because 3D scanning will come through and it'll have holes, or it'll have inconsistent forms, or you know, it just won't be exactly what you need. And so it's always a matter of what do you need to do to control it to get what you need and what you want. What you want. Sounds like the kids are having fun. Yeah, let me see. I want to get rid of this extra loop in here. I don't need this one. And then I don't need, right? No, I don't need this. Okay, so let's kind of even this out a little bit. Oops. How you gonna hit from outside the club? You can't even get in. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm just gonna make everything a single polygroup. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'm going to try to even out the topology on these cups. Oh, I like flattened it out like way a lot. Yeah, so the tablet that I'm using, let me kind of open the curtain a little bit so that it's less dark and depressing for you guys in my room. Um, what I use for a tablet is a Wacom tablet, just a standard um, medium Wacom Pro. Um, yeah, I mean, I've been using this particular tablet for like the last 3 years. The one before that I had for like 5 or 6. You know, they last a good long time, which is great. You know, because I'm an artist, and having to spend that much money on on a tool every so often, you know, it needs to be along so often. You know. Anyway, it's a great tool. I highly recommend it. If you've been sculpting with a mouse, you know how much of a struggle it is. In fact, there's a friend of mine from um, oh shoot, where are you from, Niffer? Somewhere over in Africa. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Was it Tanzania? I think it was Tanzania. Um, but yeah, he's no. Tunisia. That's where it was. Okay, sorry about that. My geography is terrible. Um, I need to get better at it though. Okay, so anyway, so he had been using a tablet, or I mean a mouse for the longest time. So I sent him my old tablet. Um, yeah. Okay, so I need this. I need this to be a 3 point like that. So what I need to do, in fact, let's get rid of that. Let's say bridge this to this. And then technically I could go through and kind of collapse polyloop, pull that down. But I don't want to do that. I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it the way it is. It's not a big deal. Because in order to fix that, I'd have to go through and do a little bit too much. I don't want that. Okay, make sure that's going around her breast just nicely. All right, cool. So we got this going on. Oh my goodness. So I mean, I kind of go little by little all the way along. Sometimes it kind of depends on whatever it is that I'm that I'm trying to do. Um, let's kind of make this a little bit darker, a little bit less saturated. Let's say mRGB. We'll go color, fill object. Let's say project. But yeah, I do tend to go kind of just depends on what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. Sometimes I need to kind of just think through certain parts of it. And one of the things that I was trying to think through with this particular character was um, getting whatchamadiggits, kind of the shape language, the style working. It's I'm going for something that's a little bit more stylized, and I'm trying to make sure that I've got kind of an idea on what I want the anatomy to be like. And since the torso and the face are kind of the core um, of anatomy, they're the core of yeah. I mean, they're the core of the anatomy. So it's like working with these things, kind of getting them to work first is kind of how I'm troubleshooting this particular design. Um, Especially since I'm using one of my really rough sketches to figure out a 3D character. It's it's something to kind of figure out and play with each time you do a character though. I mean there might be a different technique that's more useful um, with a different with a different character than other techniques. So it's worth playing around. Okay, I said I was going to get eyebrows in there. Let's get eyebrows in there for real this time. Okay, draw that on. Oh, you know what? I need to keep it thin. I wish my friend Donna was here right now because she's really good at. In fact, we'll keep it thick for right now. We'll just kind of fix the shape after we actually finish out the eyebrow. Um, she's really good at kind of picking out nuances about people in general. Um, say split, unmasked. Let's rename this eyebrow. And then we'll move it down to the eyelashes area. Okay, so let's go color, fill object. And then I'm going to do something. I'm going to go ahead and hit inflate. Now, in some of the reference that I gathered, the eyebrows were not super manicured. Manicured being, trimmed or styled or anything like that. I'm going to probably care more about these eyebrows than I would if I were trying to leave it more of a natural sort of shape. But yeah, I want her to feel like she's more complete. So adding in the eyebrows definitely helps. It does a ton. Just kind of push that shape a little bit. That's too much. Because I want her to feel friendly. I don't want her to feel You know, I want her to feel like a hero. So let's see. Here we go. All right, let's get this going. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea. I'll probably go through and start building out more of the legs, more of the. In fact, that butt needs to be fixed a little bit. But fixing things little by little as we go along. Let's see. The butt actually needs to go down a little bit more. There we go. I didn't pay enough attention to my reference. I have an anatomy model right there, and I was noticing that like the butt just doesn't feel right, and it's because it's not right. So a lot of it's just going to come down to what direction different creases are moving. Let's kind of smooth that out. Yeah, that'll help. That helps a ton. Look at that. It looks so much more feminine now. Yeah, the hair is going to be fun to work on. The hair is something that I'll definitely continue. Maybe I'll get to it in a minute. Nah, I probably won't get to it in a minute. But yeah, just kind of working on that a little bit, make it feel a little bit more right. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm going to look up. I'm going to look up the Lebanese flag. Okay, so there's a tree. I'm not going to worry about using a tree. It's nice to know that those are the colors of the flag, though. What is the symbol of? It's the cedar. Oh no! I think I just killed one of my sharks. Oh, nope, it's still good. Still safe. I'll put that off to the side. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Let me go ahead. We'll just look up Lebanon and see if there are cool. Oh, flowers. The cyclamen. I feel like I have something in my eye and I can't get it. Well, that's kind of pretty. It's not something that I feel like I could use. Let me see. Let's do. Symbols of Lebanon. So there's the cedar. Let's see. It's like I'm hoping for. I mean, they got that star with the cool central thing there. I mean, this is the barn star. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's control copy that. Yeah, it's just a simple star. So barn star must just be a simple generic term. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Put Lebanon star. That's not what I was hoping to get. Might be helpful though. We'll keep it up. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just stop worrying about this, I guess. Get back into ZBrush, and we'll figure this out. Yeah, because a lot of this is um, just going to be design anyway. So what I want to do is I want to create this kind of like Y shape going across her stomach. Hopefully you have safe search on. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of one of the funny things about searching for things on the internet. Let me see. So, you know what? I might be able to create that T piece from this piece. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to Control Shift D. Let's make sure that that's selected there. I want to, let's go C on here a little bit. Okay, we're going to make this green color. It's going to kind of inflate it out some. Okay, so what we want to do is I want to keep the cups, I believe, and then I want to keep everything here in the center. So I'm going to go ahead, let's get this. You know what? In fact, since we have Z model, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and just say, make a temporary polygroup. Maybe not these pieces. Oh shoot. Okay, yeah, maybe these pieces. Let's get the side off of there. I don't know. Maybe I'll make it so that it's just. Oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Let's keep those rows for now. Because I want to make sure that she's adequately covered. I mean, making a superhero for, especially for another country, you want to make sure that you're respectful and let's see. Let's do something like that for now. Yeah, that might be good. I might be able to go through and create some sort of trim or filigree or something that kind of comes down here. We'll figure that part out. We'll figure that out. Delete hidden. Okay. So something that I don't like how this 5-pointed star is down here. I want to move it maybe more up here. So a lot of that is going to come down to having edges kind of bridging across here and things like that. Let's go ahead and work on getting that. So it's all a matter about where your topology is flowing to. Okay, so we want to make sure that we get, let's see, I'm going to say extrude an edge. I'm just going to bring it out. Then we're going to say stitch 2 points to midpoint. Okay. Stitch those. All right. And then insert single loop. Okay, so maybe what we'll do is we'll actually do it from right here instead. I think that that'll be a little bit better. Um, the thing that I want to do is I wanted to move it away from here, but I also wanted to move it away from here. So technically, it's going in a good spot for what I need. Let's do this. Let's delete that. Yeah, let's not delete that poly. Because I kind of want to insert another edge in there, but I don't want to crowd it too much down here in the groin area. So maybe what we do instead, here's a good idea. Let's do this. Slide that up, slide this up, and then we can go ahead and we can say extrude edge, bring it out. There we go. And then we can say it's kind of doing the opposite thing of what I'd like for it to do. I want it to go, let me see. I gotta think through this now. It's like my head's kind of stuck on something. All the viewers, yeah, come when I'm like working on a butt. Let's see, let's do this. We're gonna say bridge these together. Let's just keep it the way it was. I do want it moved over, but it's not big enough of a deal for me to worry about it. I do think I want to insert another edge loop in there though, because that'll kind of isolate that from the edge and give me a little bit more cushion space, so that I don't get any kind of weird artifacting with the line up along the edge of the suit here. Okay. What did I? Like specific edges along this I don't want to move the whole thing together. I want to make sure that I am no, I'll probably unless you're asking me to end um I'll probably stream for a little while longer. I don't have anybody going on after me. So yeah, I'm kind of just interested in doing something fun. I have a little bit of wiggle room. You know what? Let's keep that definition in there, but I want to make sure that the thicknesses are what I would like. So I need to make sure that I am kind of building out. I don't want that to be green too. I want it to be more white. So we're going to have it be kind of a metal piece or something, I think. We'll have to see. But yeah, so I want to make sure that I am kind of controlling different angles, that I'm controlling different flows and shapes. So far, this is turning out pretty all right. I definitely want this to kind of go up further, though. which means that I'm going to want to build up the green part so that it flows up just underneath it. There'll be some cleanup here in a minute, but you know, we'll get to it. Oh yeah, the viewer count's dropping. It seems like it's been pretty consistent. It's been up like 130s, and I guess that's both platform or all three platforms. I've got like 59 people on Twitch. I've got 60 people on YouTube, and then 17 on Facebook. It looks like it's kind of fun to be able to see that. To see the social media demographic. It's kind of like pushing and pulling just to try to even out these points just a little bit. I don't want to even it out too much because I don't want it to be flat. I still want it to follow the anatomical forms of her body, as good clothing usually does. But I'm definitely trying to play and trying to figure out kind of what it is that looks good. So yeah, this is definitely going to need to be tweaked. It's going to take this and we'll just pull this up, stretch this out, and maybe we'll stretch that part out after we finish playing with the top part, because I'm going to need to undo the mask to make that work. Kind of even out the topology a little bit, and then we can kind of bring it out, make it work for us. Okay. Let's turn on our dynamic. Let's see if we can get some. You know what? Let's add some creasing in here. I know it's not going to be like, I don't know. I just kind of want to make sure that the butt stays kind of, you know, close to that point. B Chad, how you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, so with UVs, I almost always do them outside of ZBrush. I do have a tutorial series on my ArtStation Marketplace store where you can see how I use ZBrush to do UVs. Now let's get creasing in there. But I really prefer doing my UVs inside of like Maya. I don't like how it's going through and giving me that that crease there. Let's just go ahead and we'll just say extrude all polygons and we'll just give it some actual topology there to work with. Let's turn off the thickness too with the dynamic. There we go. Crease that. Crease that. Now it's looking good. Here's the other thing I'll do. Let's go ahead and we'll add in an edge loop. We'll crease it. And then we'll go ahead, we'll isolate it. Make our move brush nice and big. And then just kind of move it out a little bit all around the edges. And what that does is it helps to create just kind of like this little bevel, this little edge. And I can kind of control, how much I want that to be there. I can control, how low or how high I want it to be. So this helps me to play with some shape language and things too. It's a really simple and effective use of topology. Okay, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. This needs to definitely come in thinner, come in like more toward the center. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and take it from here. So I want this to kind of swoop out. So I'm going to, oops, not that. Delete. Okay, delete all that. Okay, so I want this to flow. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this, and this is going to be a transition point. We're going to have, maybe we'll do one less. Let's go like this, and then we'll go, you know what? Yeah, we'll do it like this. We'll do this. I'll insert a single edge loop here. And then watch this. We'll go ahead, we'll say bridge edges. And then we'll start kind of pulling things together like this. Let me see. Insert right here. We want to stitch 2 points to end points. And we just bridge this back. Sometimes it's just helpful to be able to see kind of what it is that you're doing. It's just getting rid of extra faces around the area that you're modifying. So yeah, got that going on, and then that's pretty good. Now what I need to do is I need to go ahead and take, let's even these out a little bit. I don't like it when the topology is too cramped in one spot unless it's intentional and needs to be. Oh, so the way that I selected that midline for the belt, I'll show you right here because this is going to be a little bit easier to show. So you'll see like I have this banded topology and this banded topology. So with the select lasso, if you hold Control Shift and you click on an edge, it's going to take out a poly loop. When you do that again on the next one, it's going to select that poly loop. So if you go ahead and hit Control A in order to mask everything, and then Control Shift A, you can bring it back, and you have just that edge loop selected that you can modify on its lonesome. Let's go ahead and turn this on, and then we'll go ahead and we'll modify these shapes. And smooth it out some. Trying to decide. Yeah, I think I do want it to stay kind of wide at the bottom, but then I do want it to get really quite narrow up here. A lot of the times when I'm working, especially from my own sketch, I'll work from my sketch in a way of kind of pulling out ideas, and especially if the sketch is rough, I'll really not limit myself to what it is that I'm seeing on my sketch. say crease, edge loop partial. Getting some weird shapes in here, so I probably have to add in an extra loop or something to keep it, to control that shape a little bit better. Because having this 5-pointed star right next to that edge like that, it's going to make a little bit of artifacting happen. Let's go ahead and make that all one solid polygroup. That's probably part of why I'm getting artifacts in there. Let's do that. It's already better. I feel like it's kind of almost having a little bit of like a Starfire vibe. It's kind of interesting. Okay, let's make sure that all the creasing is only where I want it. Okay. Okay, cool. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead use a cube. I could go through and use a star. Yeah, let's just use a star. Let's say split unmasked. I want to say star. And let's say clothes layer green. Clothes base layer. I'm going to say belt. Alright. And then all these clothes, I usually like to just take them down to the bottom. Let's bring this down. Let's say clothes, star, can go down underneath that. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to say new folder. I'm going to title this clothes, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring all these things inside of it. I'll get the hair ties in there too. Why not? Okay. You know what? I'm getting a phone call, and it might be important, so I'm going to go ahead and listen to it, okay? Okay, that was a good chat. That was a good chat. So essentially, it was about the modeling position at Walt Disney Animation Studios. It's not something that I'm being considered for because I'm too senior. um, they're looking to more bring on like a more junior talent, so junior mid level sort of talent. So if you fit into that kind of category, you need to reach out and apply to the position. And yeah, I mean the recruiter I was just talking to said that if I knew of somebody that would be a good fit for the role, to reach out to her. So yeah. So anyway, that's kind of where that's at. So they're going to be starting to well, they've already started interviewing for the role the past week, and they will be interviewing pretty heavily um, through the next few weeks. But one of the things that she said is that the position is not set to actually start until January of next year, something like that. So it would be like they're just kind of ongoing interviews, trying to figure out, who it is that they want and what they need um, to really build their team in the way that they want to. They're trying to start to prepare kind of more of a rising generation. So if you're a rising generation, thumbs up, guys. Let me see. Yeah, let's keep it up at like 2 or 3 right now. Let's see. I need to kind of build out. I need to kind of build out that the whoosh kind of going up over. I wonder. Ooh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Because so one of the things that do you think they would consider someone with no experience? Um, probably not somebody with no experience. I mean, she said that she's looking at people with 3 to 5 years of experience. So this isn't an entry level position. It's more of a junior or mid level position. Um, it's still worth applying. It's still worth applying. So it's uh, yeah, there are things that I definitely do not talk about on stream and that you will not hear about on stream. But there are things that are definitely okay and I think that are very good to talk about on stream. Um, yeah, I think it's worthwhile definitely to be um, to make mention of important things. Because I think that a lot of times, because people are so closed off about their jobs or about the industry or about whatever, and people will talk about like the negative experiences they've had for hours at a time, I'm sure. But it's not often something that people will talk about is the positive things or tips and tricks, things like that. And I think that there needs to be a little bit more of that kind of talk because it is a hard industry to get into. It's a hard industry to stay in, and that's a big thing that people really need to weigh out. Is it's so stinking competitive. How do you get in and stay in? Um, really, like it's always all about kind of staying competitive, and I mean, like right now, this is one of those activities, the things that I try to do when I'm trying to push myself professionally. I'm trying to make sure um, that my skills are continually being honed and sharpened, and I'm continually practicing and doing things that fit the kind of job that I want to do. So always looking to improve yourself. Huge um, tip. That's like one of the biggest things that you can do is just continually learn, continually push yourself. Continually try to build what you already have. Okay, let me see. Let me see. That face is wrong. Um, it's too strong of a jaw, so we're gonna kind of smooth it out some. But yeah, so that's one thing that's huge is continually pushing yourself, understanding that the industry is competitive and you have to be better than other people in order to get in. Um, it's not something to get depressed about. It should be something that should lift you up and kind of get you feeling like there's a little bit of a fire in your belly, um, because it's a big deal. I mean, if you want, and it's the same with any kind of creative or competitive career. You think about medicine and big business schools and things like that. Anything that's good in life is going to have a little bit of competition for it. Uh, in order for your girlfriend to stay interested, you're going to have to you have to make sure that you treat her well, and that you're continually looking for ways to make her feel special and to make her feel loved. I mean, it's the same way when you're married. But and it's definitely the same way when you get into an industry. You want to make sure that let's kind of make this chin a little smaller or something. I like how it's starting to come on, but yeah, got it. Why do human bodies have to have hair? Yeah, it's certainly very true. It's very fun. It's a great industry to be in because yeah, I mean you're doing something that you're passionate about. One of the things that you got to be a little bit mindful of and careful of is that you got to think about what's going to matter in 1,000 years, and you got to think about myself in doing. I kind of want to build a little bit more of anatomy. Myself in doing this sort of stuff. Um, I got into it because I wanted to work somewhere um, that I wanted to work somewhere that had family values. I wanted to really kind of support and bless the family, make something positive for the family, which is something that I feel like is hard to come by and hard to. I feel like there are so many things that are kind of attacking the family and attacking, trying to split families up, and I feel like even in media, there's so much going into like, yeah, yes, families do split up, but you know, there's so much support for that in the media that it's like, yeah, I want to be somewhere where it's like you're supporting happy families, and I don't know, it's a lot of people will kind of tend toward those other stories where maybe the family's split up or the family's not traditional or whatever it may be because maybe they identify with it better or whatnot. But I feel like there's a value for for encouraging values and for showing, families doing what they, um, families being good families and being together and being, happy or working through problems or whatever it may be, Um, 'cause I think there's a lot of a need for people to learn how to problem solve rather than kind of giving up at the sign of trouble. It's kind of hard, but so that's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to go into entertainment, was to hopefully be able to help make a mark in that sort of regard. Personally, like I started off kind of wanting to go into story and storyboarding. Um, but then it ended up, really changing over time, several times. um, I wanted to go into story and storyboarding, and then I wanted to go into what else did I wanted to go into? Uh, I wanted to go into animation. I wanted to go into concept art. I wanted to go into all sorts. I made the rounds. I made the rounds. Um, but yeah, days where I don't even talk to ZBrush. You need to get that. Yeah. And subscribe to Pixologic from the start, and don't like the resubscribe nonsense. Are you talking about like the whatchamadiggits? Yeah, I might have to. Are you talking about like the subscription for the on Twitch? They made you resubscribe on Twitch? That's kind of interesting. Wonder why. Let's go ahead and lengthen that out. Use taper and kind of taper this in some. So what I'm going to do, I'm just kind of playing with the shape a little bit. But what I want to do is I want to play with getting this lower leg kind of blocked in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would be going on with your um, subscribing on Twitch. I actually haven't had any issues. I don't think. Um, oh, good. Yeah, that's a fun tutorial. One thing that I will mention before you jump into it that I think is worth mentioning and worth knowing is that there are two things that I think I needed to be a little bit more aware of, or not, maybe not aware of, but cognizant of, um, and intentional with when I was creating that series. Just so that everybody's aware, it is on ArtStation. Let's go to profile. I guess it's the easiest way for me to find it. Store. There is this mold making techniques in ZBrush. So two things is draft angle. Draft angle is a really important thing you need to consider when you're building out a mold. I didn't I didn't consider that when I built this mold. You can see like the sides of this mold are straight up and down. That makes it really hard to demold. And the other thing is like a pour spout. some like two really really simple things, um, and I'm gonna make another video, kind of add it to it. But those are two really important things that I feel are you need a tutorial created by a 12-year-old to learn. No, you don't need a tutorial created by a 12-year-old. You just need to get into this. um, yeah, so that's those are my two things. So draft angle, making sure that your sides are not straight up and down when you're creating mold walls and things like that. Um, and then a pour spout. So two things that I neglected to build in there. But yeah, I mean, really, it's really sound information, and it's a really simple technique. Even a 12-year-old can make it. Yeah, let me see. So right now, yeah, let's go ahead. I guess we'll select the leg. And we'll just kind of straighten it out a little bit. Okay. Okay, so we're kind of going back to what it was that we had at the beginning, where we had meshes that we kind of mushed onto our forms. Okay, I'm trying to think about the angles. The angles. Make sure that that comes out about the way that it's intended. Um, Not ankles, the angles. Um, so yeah, trying to think about these different forms, and I will probably go through and like strengthen these forms like this. Just trying to pull out some shape. But we gotta kind of get through and see how this goes. We'll also go ahead. We'll insert one for the kneecap. Something like that so far. Here, I'm going to go ahead and say control. I'll control the W. Let's go ahead and do this. Just so that it's a little bit smoother of a shape. I kind of want to push it in a little bit. This is not making the right shape, so I'm just going to pull this back a little bit. Mostly on this outside. I need the shin to kind of be poking through. Um, oh, you know what sounds good? Tamales. Fortunately, I have a chicken tamale in the fridge. We'll heat it up and yum 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 yum. Do you ever use the face body reference, the planes of the face and body references? Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I do use those sorts of references pretty regularly. Right now, I'm trying to kind of block things in a little bit more quickly. And mostly what I'm trying to do is I'm just using this anatomy model, which has a really just great chicken. I love pork tamales though too. So it kind of just depends on who makes them. But yeah, so yeah, this is kind of a fun reference. It's really helpful, and it kind of has like a little slightly stylized of anatomy, so you get a little bit of a plane change reference with um, the different pieces of anatomy and whatnot. It's really helpful. Just gonna rotate them away from each other just a little bit. Okay, so we're getting some interesting. We want to kind of push shapes. We want to push ideas in here, and I'm kind of trying to look at the silhouette as I'm doing this because the silhouette's going to be a huge indicator to how this actually turns out. So let's do this. We're going to go ahead and we're going to. Oh, I thought I still had my Dynamesh turned on. Yes, I don't. Change this up to 256. Yeah, I guess we'll just do that then. That's fine. Pull out that handy dandy clay brush. If your regular smooth is not strong enough for you and your needs with your sculpting, with whatever resolution you're working at, one of the things that you could do. Actually, let's go ahead and let's kind of push this in a little bit. It's a little bit too out there. Yeah, one of the things that I'll try to do is there's a smooth stronger brush. If you're unable to get to, I don't know if my live count is working for me anymore or not because it's got the same number that it had before. Unless everybody's just dedicated to listening to me ramble and watching me work, things like that. Which, if you are, great. I'm glad to have you here. Okay, so got to kind of play with the way that these muscles are coming together. It's not creating the right shape for me yet. So I'm just going to smooth that out. I think there's too much emphasis down here around the knee. So what I got to do, let's undo that. I got to do is kind of play with some of these shapes. One of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to both like feel my own knee and I'm trying to look at my anatomy reference model just to try to see kind of what's happening with the knee anatomy to really be able to figure it out. I do want it to be a little bit stronger, like the legs, I want them to feel stronger. Let's go ahead and kind of fill this in a little bit. Smooth it out some. Yeah, something like that. Pork. Looks like we have somebody else that prefers pork. What do you prefer, Steven? just for the sake of turning the question back on you. Okay, so I think I probably won't get very much further on this today than I have already. Um, Mostly just because I haven't eaten and I have family stuff I want to get to, and probably some client work I need to jump onto as well. But that's probably too much anatomy. Let's kind of smooth, like polish this peak out a little bit. That'll help to give it a little bit more interesting of a silhouette from this angle. And it'll also help to kind of simplify and stylize that shape some. One of the people I might go through and kind of reference a little bit later is Leslie Van den Broek. He is absolutely amazing with how he's able to stylize anatomy, specifically female anatomy. It's just kind of where he lives. But yeah, super stellar artist. So yeah, I don't know. I won't do another 12 week stream this week. I gotta go. Not 12 hour. Sorry, 7 hour. I did a 7 hour stream on my own channel last week. Which, if you're interested in looking and checking out, or skipping through or whatever, there's a lot to it. So feel free to check that out. It's over on my YouTube channel. You just look me up by SMAARTIST. Pretty much anywhere. So, what is something that I wish I knew at the beginning of my streaming journey? My streaming journey today, Quentin, or or my streaming journey like 3 or 4 years ago when I started? Something I wish that I knew when I began streaming would be it's okay to it's okay to leave a project unfinished for the sake of you don't have to finish it for the sake of the stream. Not clay buildup, clay. I think that a lot of so when I started doing things kind of more from the standpoint of long-term projects, mostly because at the time, 3 years ago, I was working. I believe I was working at DreamWorks when I started, and so it's like to be able to get going on a project, like a personal project. That's why I started streaming, was so that I could have some time to do some personal projects, some personal work, which I wouldn't get otherwise if I were to be um, just doing my professional work and then going home. So what I did is I started streaming. That might be like too muscly. We'll have to think about how these knees are going. So yeah, streaming is just kind of a way for me to be able to relax. But I wish that I had thought, I guess come to it more with a goal, more with a plan, and maybe that's still kind of my something that I wish for myself, if so to speak. Because I don't know that I feel like I have like a huge goal with my streaming. Come on. Ay, que burro. It's really just for the sake of coming on, having fun, enjoying some time with some good people. Um, and then yeah, I mean, also from a networking standpoint, that's another big reason why I started streaming, was so that I could so I could either meet new people or have a conversation point when I do, and it's kind of nice from that standpoint, being able to say, yeah, I stream for Pixologic, and it's yeah, just personal projects and fun and characters, environments, whatever. Um, Try to poll my audience and see what people like and what people don't like, whatever, and it's just kind of fun. It's a good opportunity for me to relax and try something different. And I mean, like right now, I mean, I'm trying something slightly different, and it's probably not as different as I could make her, but we'll see. I want to make some of these transitions a little bit more subtle. But yeah, those are kind of my main things with streaming, kind of why I started, and I guess kind of what it is that I wish that I may have known or had the idea of doing at the beginning, is just kind of having more of a game plan. I think that this knee might be a little bit low. I'm going to take this and move it up. Is anybody excited for the new James Bond movie? I'm trying to go through and kind of watch the Daniel Craig ones that I hadn't seen. I hadn't seen Quantum of Solace, and I hadn't seen what was the first one that he did? Doggone it. Not Cirque du Soleil. Shoot, what's it called? Casino Royale. Watch, somebody's about to type it in. Yeah, Casino Royale. And yeah, I like them. I think they're good. I think he's a good Bond. Um, I'm interested to see what they do with this new one, with De Armas, Ana de Armas, right? That's who they pulled in for the, like, this female Bond, so to speak. She seems like a pretty cool character. Pull that over, something like that. It's like super defined, so I mean, we probably have to go through and like double it, or like turn it back quite a bit, but we'll see at some point. There we go. Okay, so for these arms, I need to get going. Maybe we'll finish blocking in this lower arm here, and then I'll just and then I'll go. It's like I'm having so much fun with this that I don't want to. I don't want to stop. 7 hours later, and then I'll go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you think about it. I mean, it's been since 8 o'clock, so I mean, it's been 5 hours. Uh, and that's a long time. These legs are too short. It doesn't have polygroups anymore, so I'm going to have to like actually mask and lengthen them out. I have a simple trick for lengthening out the legs. Now it looks like she's wearing tights. She probably ought to have some sort of tights. Okay, so I'm going to use the transpose line. I'm just going to kind of drag it out to about, mid thigh or something like that. Then I'm just going to kind of pull on this. Oops. I'm going to hold Alt and pull maybe. Because yeah, I think part of what I like a lot about her character is that she feels like she's got these powerful thighs and these powerful legs, like long, powerful legs. So I think that I definitely kind of want to pull this out a little bit. So I'm just going to hold Alt and then kind of pull out from that center circle. And what that does is that allows me to kind of yeah, so anyway, it just kind of it kind of allows you to do kind of a gooey morph. Super helpful. And I use it a ton, like a ton. You gotta at least retopo, texture, rig, and animate it before you go, right? Yeah, that'd be nice. For rigging purposes, which pose do you usually see being used? For modeling, A pose. For rigging, T pose. But then for cloth dynamics, like for doing clothing, it's down in A pose. Because what'll happen is that if you have so like once it's rigged, what they'll do is they'll go ahead and they'll create. Yeah, let me stand up, I guess, for a second here. So they'll create the A pose in the model, but then the rig will go through and take it and up to T pose. Just because it's easier to rig that way. So that way you can create your symmetry. You don't have to worry about your. I'm a little bit too close still. So yeah, you get your T pose, and then the thing about the clothing dynamics is you want the clothing to simulate at a neutral pose so that it's not stretched and deformed. So they'll have the clothing simulate at an A pose, and then for whatever shot they'll have the pose kind of like morph into whatever pose they're supposed to be in. And that way the clothing has time to simulate to the pose, and then they can run the simulation through the whole animation or whatever. I'm liking how this character is looking so far. I'm starting to kind of like the eyelashes the way they are. Yeah, it's a really fascinating workflow, and I need to learn a little bit more about it. But it's cool. It's cool. I am going to go through actually, and let's kind of give her a little bit more of a rosy cheeks. Let's put the color down as low as it can be without being 0. take our alpha. This one's the one I like. Okay, so what I like to do is turn off add. I don't need add on. I like to add like a little bit of a rosiness to the cheeks, to the nose, sometimes around the eyes, but mostly these cheeks. Like this is kind of where you see kind of the most coloration in people's faces. It's kind of like right around that sort of region through the cheeks and the nose. So you'll get something like that. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll come in, let's say alpha off, let's say dots, and then we'll just make it darker and see if this works for our lip color. I mean, eventually I'm going to want to like up the resolution on this anyway, but it's good to get some color blocked in. You got to be careful though, because sometimes color can keep you from really being able to see the form. That's not dark enough. Interesting. I guess it's darker than I was, or like it's working more than I thought it was. I do want to give her a little bit more eyeshadow over there though. Okay, so yeah, anyway, I don't remember what I was saying. Must have been important. I just kind of pull in some of the color from the mascara, and that'll help to kind of create that eyeshadow sort of look. So I want to keep going. Like I want so badly to keep going. For the hair, to start it off, I mean, I would probably just go ahead and create it in pose, or let's see, let's go to the IMM primitives. We'll get the cube simple. Oh shoot! Yeah, let's go ahead and make sure that we have that color selected. It could be cool to have her have like a little bit of a duotone sort of hair color. I have used Substance Painter for texturing. I love Substance Painter. I don't often get the time that I want for it. Yeah, it's just kind of a tricky thing, because a lot of times, I mean, when I'm working on things, it's all free time stuff that I'm trying to, you know, trying to do. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good length. Okay, so let's see. We're going to turn on symmetry. So with this, I want to try to make sure that I'm getting something of like a varied thickness. So let's kind of make it so it gets really pretty thick there at the bottom. But what that's going to allow me to have is something that's just a little bit more interesting shape-wise. And then I would use like, because like this is not going to be the end of what I want for this particular character. Let me see. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of the center sections of get like essentially just deleting the caps. Okay, so what I would do, and there's a great video about this. If you look back a couple of years on the from the ZBrush Summit, there's a presentation that XM Studios did where they're going through and talking about how they use different techniques inside of ZBrush to create their collectibles. Well, one of the things that they showed was their method for creating detailed hair. And when I saw it, my mind just clicked and I was like, how did I not think about this? This is so simple. And it's essentially just using little, something like this where you can go ahead and you can add in creasing or add in polygroups, and then you use your frame mesh function. And let me show you because this is worth showing. Split unmasked. Let's say ponytail. Okay, so let's say insert one there, insert one there, sure, that works. Okay, anyway, so we'll say let's go ahead and add a little bit of variation to that shape. Might as well since we're here. This way it adds a little bit of volume, a little bit of interest. We'll have it start over on the other side though. I like to create some flow appeal like that. And then what's interesting is that I can use like the deformers, like the bend curve to make this the shape that I want later. But I'll give it some sort of basic shape for now. So what I would do is I would come in here. I would say solo. Yeah, let's say crease, edge loop partial. Oh, I don't need one right there. Maybe I do. Let's turn off the color so we can see it a little bit better. Okay, so now when we do our smooth preview, this is what it looks like. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to go up to stroke, and you want to go, here, I'm going to need to load in my hairbrush because I don't think I have it loaded in by default anymore. I need to do that. I haven't done it since we got into 2021. I've had to go through and like reload it every time. Let me see. Must-haves, brushes, SMAARTIST hairbrush. Okay, so I'm going to pick my triple strand brush. I'm going to go up to stroke. We're going to go down to curve functions. I'm going to turn off polygroups and border and say creased edges. So now you can see this is what we've got. Okay, so once I go ahead and tap on that, it's going through and it is adding in hair strands to that model. So if I go ahead and look at it like this, I mean it's already a good start for like some hair. I'm gonna kind of pull it together. Pull that in, something like that. Make sure that it's going into her head the right way. Yeah, coming out underneath that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so that's kind of how I'd go about creating that hair. And then what you can do, let's make sure that this is lined up nicely with the hair. And then what you can do is you can go in and you could say bend curve. And change our orientation there. And then we can change our level of resolution. Or we can just bring this out. Let's unmask it so that way the whole thing goes. Okay, so we've got this sort of thing going on now. Okay, so really, really simple. And if I want to, I can go ahead and add another layer of resolution. and just kind of like really boost that shape some, you know? It looks like I have the hair more kind of coming out over here, and then I can come over, add another layer. It's starting to get a little bit fussy. So, I mean, it might be just a matter of like, you know, I need to up the resolution of the thing um, to make it work right. I actually do have a tutorial on this. Not this exclusively, but I do have a tutorial series on my ArtStation store. Yeah, so we were looking at, since it's a good weekend for a sale, um, I have a few things. So I've got the Pink Witch right here, which does have the hair process in it. Yeah, that should be pretty good. So I mean, if you don't, let me see. Yeah, lots of stuff in there. If you're interested, go ahead and you could check that out, or you could rewatch you could rewatch this stream. Um, the stream is fun. True artist sculpt hair strand by strand. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Traditional artists sculpt their hair strand by strand. Real artists know how to cheat. Let me see. We got to get this so that it's a little bit better. Sorry, I'm not very good at like cutting and running, as you can tell. I mean, I've been trying to get off for an hour now, probably 2 hours. I'll just kind of like boost these breasts just a little bit. And then, you know, when we pose her, since she is, you know, somewhat exposed right there, I mean, we'll probably have to go through and kind of figure out what kind of other shapes we'd be getting um, from whatever motion she's in, whatever pose she's in, that sort of thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, so far she's starting to turn out pretty well. She almost looks like she could be like Slave Leia, which I don't know. I'll have to go through and kind of play with that a little bit. And maybe it's a matter of just like changing some colors, but we'll have to play with it. Captain Beirut. Non-commitment issues. Who, me? But yeah. Anyway, so that's kind of where I go with this. Let's go color, fill object. Let's see what she looks like with her. It's a little bit too skin of a skin color. Thanks, Saeed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's go ahead. We're just going to fill these with the color, and then we're going to say au revoir. She's looking way too pasty. I can't have that. She needs to have like slightly darker skin. And I kind of liked how it looked with the way that um, the basic material was in there. But I'm gonna go ahead. Let's play with this because I want this to be. She needs to feel more Middle Eastern. So we're gonna darken it. Oops. No, that's not one that I want. We're gonna take the saturation. We're going to saturate it some. I think that's going to be a lot better. That's going to be good. That's going to be so good. Okay. And it's still a little bit pasty, but I mean, it's not nearly as pasty as it was. So I mean, we might accept this. Sorry, I know I'm like fiddling and having fun, and hopefully you're having fun too. Now it's looking too masculine. Shoot. Let's kind of change this jawline so that it's less masculine. Maybe what we'll do is we'll give her a little bit of a smaller nose. I mean, this is definitely going a very different. I'm gonna have to lower the nose too. But yeah. I mean, this is just kind of like how this process goes for me. I mean, it's like you go through, you make one choice, and then further down the line, you realize, oh, maybe I should have made a different choice, or maybe I'm going to make this choice now, you know? And it's just kind of how it goes. Okay, one of the things I like to do is I like to have a bit of a contour for the bottom of the nose. Okay, let's go ahead and kind of flatten this out so that it's not so bubbly down there. Because if you're bubbly on the bottom of your nose, you know that you gotta blow. Got some boogers. Okay, that's looking much better. I do think that that jaw is still too strong. It's always kind of the fun thing. Okay, anyway. Oh, I gotta keep going though. Oh my goodness. Like this is why that other stream lasted 7 hours, is because I too much of an addict to to my own work. Okay, good. So smooth is just maybe what I need to do. Well, I mean the arms, maybe the arms are just fine, but I think one of the things I need to do is kind of thin out the neck some. The neck is a little bit thick, and I think that that is helping the face to feel more masculine. So I'm going to thin it out, make it feel more feminine. There we go. Okay. She needs more hip. Sorry, girls just gotta have a little more hip. Yeah, because I want her to feel strong. I want her to feel powerful, and you know, certain things I think are going to help boost that idea. I need to figure out kind of the right shape side by from the side of this. Hola, amigo peruanos. So much more left to do on this to make her feel more complete, but you know, así es la vida. Así sale, así somos. That's how life is. Okay, just kind of add in the earrings just to get it represented. I don't know. Let's say subtool, we'll say split, autosave, autosave! How do you study stylized characters? So I do a lot of the studying through really just kind of doing it. A lot of it is going to be a lot easier to kind of emulate things that that you see, things that you like. Um, Studying 2D designs that you really like. Um, there we go. Ooh, ooh, she's coming on. Ooh, that's looking good. That's gonna be cool. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I do need to turn just a little bit more though. Maybe I don't. Maybe what I'll do is I'll turn the ear just a little bit. Oh, I'm liking that though. Okay, we're gonna do our signature metal color here. Let's see what it does if I just do the metal on that color. I don't like that. I want it to be more this color, so we'll do this. Here, color, fill object. Okay, just make it so it's silver. I think that'll fit better with her character anyway. Let's go down here. We'll do the same thing. Color, fill object. Get that belt to color, fill object. Yeah, the Z metal it's a nice one to use. Yeah. Ooh, this is gonna be cool. This is gonna be cool. Yes, I did stream from the beginning. So we started we started from a sphere. Let me show you kind of because the progress should be I think on the I guess technically the progress should be from this one. So that was kind of some progress on the head as we went along, and then we ended up with this head. But with this head, I mean, you can see I mean, we went so there's kind of like the block in for the body, and just kind of going back all the way to our sphere. So it's kind of interesting. I really enjoy being able to go back and do things like that. Yeah, I love ZBrush. Think I'm going to adjust. Let's see, that's feeling a little bit better. From the side. Sometimes you really kind of got to take a different look at this stuff. Let's raise her eyes too. I'm gonna try this. Let's see if we can get. I'm glad that nobody else is streaming today because yeah, I mean I'm just raising the eyes. So let's just do this. Do this. So those are the only things active. Just kind of raise it up. I think I like having the eyes up higher, but I think it's making the face feel too round. So I need to just kind of like tweak in the sides of the head. Make sure that the cheeks aren't coming out too far. Let's see. Gotta check some of these forms because this is kind of driving me nuts. It's not feeling feminine to me. So I gotta, it's like it feels feminine to me from certain angles, like from right here at the side. But if I, like, the more I go to the front, the less feminine it feels. And maybe it's just a matter of perspective. It's a little too cheeky. Definitely got to check it from like different angles. You'll notice that I'm not putting in any kind of like eye bags, like bags under the eyes. Um, if you do that, it makes her feel old, and so it's one of those things that you definitely want to be aware of. In fact, let me try something. 'Cause I do want her to feel a little bit like I want her to feel strong. I want her to feel designed. Um, so I'm just trying to play with some planes of the face to make this stuff work in an appealing way. Trying to be careful not to put too much definition around the mouth, because I don't want the mouth to come through as being, making her feel older or less appealing, or oh my goodness. Yeah, it's funny because like I don't know if anybody watches, if any of you watch Thomas Wittelsbach. He's Yeah, I mean it's definitely more sculpted than the rest of it. I think that for right now, yeah, let's try something like this. Um, but yeah, Thomas will go through and he'll like stream through the night, and he'll have like 7 and 8 hour streams for Pixologic and whatnot. He's funny. Um, Great guy. If you ever get the chance to meet him or to take his classes or anything like that, I totally recommend it. Um, he does a lot of jewelry, and he's just a really great sculptor. Um, he's always being highlighted by Pixologic. So if you've ever seen like skull rings or rings in general, it's probably him. Um, yeah, it's starting to hit the mark. It might be a little bit high though. Let's see if we can bring it down some. Let's turn off perspective. Let's do something like that. That's better. Yeah, we'll take that. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be good for today. Yeah, he is pretty doggone stellar. He and then oh my goodness, I'm having a hard time remembering his name. Ah, I mean, I'd go look it up, but I mean, it's like I'm already like I've been on here for way too long. So, Jose, was it Jose? No, it wasn't Jose. What was his name? Shoot, it's something escultura digital. I gotta look for him. I gotta look for him because that was. Oh, by the way, if you're interested in joining my Draw This in Your Style for my birthday this week, these are some of the entries, and I've been really happy about some cool some cool shape studies from my monthly challenge. Um, they went through and they picked this middle shape and made Han Solo and Baby Ben, and then this one turned out really super cool. Um, Using that shape from the shape challenge. But then we've also got some of the people who went through and did the draw this in your style based on my design that I went through and sculpted and then created. I mean, sorry, sketched and then sculpted in ZBrush. My friend Carlos Ortega went through and sculpted this one. Super cool. Love how it turned out, or didn't sculpt. He drew that one. And then Michelle Ariola went through and drew this one. Turned out beautiful. Super, super neat. Um, Escultura digital. Nacho Riesco. Yeah, this guy's really good too. He does some really neat like sculptorally things. um, but yeah, super super cool. I love this little tiger brooch that he made. Um, Makes a lot of really cool rings and jewelry and things like that as brooches. So yeah, that's another good one to follow. Nacho Riesco from Spain. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully today was fun and I had fun and this is definitely a character that I want to finish. But I will put off finishing her so that I can eat and have some family time or something. Um, maybe do some client work, get paid to work. I don't know. We'll have to see if I can ever stop fiddling with this. Okay, okay, okay. No, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's like I keep saying I'm gonna get off and then I'm just staying on. Anybody from Pixologic who sees me at this point, they're gonna be like, "What is this guy doing?" So I will probably uh, get back onto like another stream next week on my personal channel, more than likely. No, 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 no. Next week would be the first. Um, next week would, or like the first Friday of October. So I will be on the Pixologic channel again next week, which means I should just like stop sculpting on this and save it for next week. Um, that's like the reasonable side of me speaking. um, yeah, so I'll be on again, same time, early in the morning at 8 o'clock. And yeah, hopefully you guys had fun. Time to hit save and time to say ciao ciao. So hopefully you guys had fun, and I will see you next week, and we'll finish this then.